Chapter 700. What rumor? Yi Jing stared at her and did not answer. After a long time, she revealed a gentle smile. That's right. How would you know when you're cultivating? Forget it. Let's not talk about that. Today, I'll come over to sit here and chat with you. Bai Ruofei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing her close her eyes and drink tea, she began to talk about other things and chatted with her. On the other side, in Fengjiu's cave. As soon as she returned, she entered the cave and opened the pill furnace to begin refining. Among the pill formulas that her master left for her, there was a medicinal pill called the Truth Pill. It was a Tier 2 medicinal pill. With her current alchemy cultivation, wanting to refine a Tier 2 Truth Pill really wasn't a problem. The owner of the cave was refining pills, while the three beasts outside were lying side by side and looking at the cave. They didn't go in to disturb him. Since that day, they didn't steal spirit ginseng or anything else because the pills that their owner refined for them were even better. Eating one pill could last them half a month, and it could also strengthen the aura in their bodies. It was much better than eating spirit ginseng raw. Because the spirit ginseng was no longer stolen from the medicine peak, the matter was gradually put aside and left unsettled. Inside the alchemy room, Feng Jiu added the datura flower, hemp 3-to-1, and other herbs according to the pill recipe and controlled the refinement with her life flame source. About an hour later, a medicinal fragrance filled the air, and even she couldn't help but feel her mind shake when she smelled it. It's worthy of being called the Truth Pill. Just a mere medicinal fragrance can make people lose their guard. If this thing were to be auctioned, there would be many people who would want it, right? She whispered softly. Recently, she had not put any new medicines into the market, but she could send this pill to the black market to be auctioned. As she thought about it, she did not get distracted. Seeing that the pill was about to be completed, she immediately turned her hand and added more fire. Injecting her spiritual aura, she finally patted the furnace and took out the pill inside. Second-level Truth Pill for pill veins. Not bad, but I don't know how effective it is. She whispered softly, looking at the 3 truth pills in her hand. She thought that she should find someone to test the effects of this pill first. But who should she test it on? She muttered to herself as she walked out of the Immortal's cave. She held the 3 pills in her hand and looked at them. Who should she use to test the pills? Although it was refined according to that pill formula, she didn't know where her master got those pill formulas from. She had refined some of the pill formulas in the past, and she could refine strange pills according to them. Therefore, even if she knew that some of the pills she refined weren't poisonous, she still had to try it before she could be at ease. Because the smell of the 3 pills in her hand was too overwhelming, the 3 beasts that were lying together unexpectedly stood up at the same time when they smelled the scent of the pills in her hand, drooling as they stared at the pills in her hand. Seeing this, Fengjiu couldn't help but laugh. These aren't for you to eat. These 3 are truth pills, used to make people speak the truth. They should be useless to beasts. She sat down on the grass, took out a bottle, and was just about to put the 3 medicinal pills into it. Unexpectedly, a large tongue suddenly rolled out, and it actually swept away the last medicinal pill in her hand. She was stunned for a moment, and she couldn't help but glare at Senior White. "Oh, Bai, you greedy ghost. That's a truth pill. It's not for beasts to eat. It's for humans to eat. Moreover, it hasn't been tested yet. If anything happens to you after eating it, don't say that I didn't warn you." Chapter 701. She saw Lao Bai burp, and his eyes rolled back. His legs went soft as he lay on the grass. His tongue rolled up from the horse's mouth, and his body began to twitch slightly. Seeing this, Fengjiu was shocked. Lao Bai, how are you? That's impossible. I've tested this pill. It's not poisonous. Even if a beast ate it, it shouldn't be poisoned. Seeing Lao Bai like this, she was worried. Just as she was about to take out an antidote pill from her space and feed it to him, she heard Lao Bai, whose eyes had rolled back, suddenly show an intoxicated expression. He unexpectedly stuck out his tongue and licked her face. Just as she was about to scold him, she heard a voice that made her body stiffen. She was stunned. "Master is so beautiful, so beautiful. Master is the most beautiful woman I've ever seen." I like Master the most. I even peeked at Master bathing. Master's figure is so good. Master, hearing Lao by chattering away with an intoxicated expression. The corner of Fengjiu's mouth twitched, and a few black lines appeared on her forehead. Who could tell her why the truth pill she refined would allow a beast that wasn't a divine beast to speak human language? Also, peeking at her bathing, Lao Bai, this fellow, was itching for a beating. The cloud-swallowing beast was stunned as well. After all, only divine beasts could speak the human language. Beasts below the level of divine beasts could only communicate with their masters by contracting with them. Although they didn't know what kind of beast White was, and its strength was quite formidable, it had always been unable to speak the human language. How? How could it speak the human language after taking a pill? However, peeking at Master bathing, it was really bold. It even said that Master's figure was so good. TSK. If that terrifying man knew, he would definitely break its head. Only the big black bear sat there in a daze. Although divine beasts had developed intelligence, it expressed that its intelligence was limited and it couldn't understand Lao Bai, who wasn't even a divine beast, speaking human language. After the time it take for an incense stick to burn, old White, who had been blabbering on and on about all the scoundrels he had done in the past, finally stopped and licked his lips. He looked anxiously at his master, who had a dark expression on her face, and immediately lowered his head and laid down in front of her. He obediently shut his mouth and didn't dare to say anything else, but his ponytail shook excitedly. Lao Bai, are you done? Do you want to continue? Fengjiu pinched its ear and stared at it with a fake smile. Ouch! 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 Master, be gentle. Lao Bai immediately gasped and raised its head. When Fengjiu heard that it could still speak after the effects of the drug wore off, she was also stunned. She couldn't help but loosen her grip on its ear. You could still speak? God, wasn't that the truth pill? Lao Bai grinned excitedly and revealed a row of horse teeth. It said excitedly, Master, aren't you happy that I can speak? I'm very happy. Lao Bai, can finally speak human language. This is a wonderful thing that I've been looking forward to for a long time. As expected, following Master is the best thing that I, Lao Bai, have done. Master, do you have any other pills? If you have one more, maybe I can turn into a human. Turn into your head. She directly slapped its head and glared at it. She said to Tun Yun, look after it. Don't let it run around and cause trouble. She had to go back and study it. What was wrong with the truth pill? Just as she was about to walk into the cave, a voice came from behind her, causing her to stumble and almost fall. Chapter 702. Fengjiu turned around and glared at it. Shut your mouth. You're not allowed to speak human language in front of others. Otherwise, I'll make sure you'll never be able to make a sound. A beast that was not a divine beast could speak human language. If others knew, how much trouble would it cause? When Lao Bai heard this, it immediately shut its mouth like a human and obediently lay back on the grass. Its master was someone who did what she said. It did not dare to challenge her patience. When Fengjiu entered the cave, Tun Yun and the big black bear were sitting outside. The two beasts stared at Lao Bai with their 4 eyes. When Lao Bai saw this, it raised its chin proudly and glared at Tun Yun. What? Were you frightened by your godfather Ma? I told you long ago that your godfather Ma is not an ordinary beast. How about it? Did you see that? I can speak human language even though I'm not a divine beast. How can I be like you? Tun Yun glanced at it. What are you so proud of? Didn't Master say it? If you dare to speak human language in front of others, I'll make sure you'll never be able to make sound. Don't think that Master was just saying it. If the fact that you can speak human language even though you're not a divine beast spreads, it will only cause trouble for Master. So you better keep your mouth shut. Lao Bai did not talk back. After all, its intelligence was not low. Although it was a little lecherous, it still knew this kind of thing. In the cave's pill room, Fengjiu looked at the remaining 2 pills. Whether it was the color or the medicine used, there was no mistake. But how did it make the beast speak? Although she was puzzled, she was certain that the pill formula was indeed the formula for the truth pill. Lao Bai had eaten that pill and spat out all its secrets. There was no doubt about this. There must be something wrong. Where is it? She closed her eyes and pondered. In her mind, She recalled the process and steps of refining the pill. She recalled the medicinal properties and effects of each medicine. Suddenly, a light flashed in her mind. I used too much spiritual herbs of speech. Thus, she opened the furnace again and refined another batch of pills. This time, it was the same formula, but she adjusted the dosage. After about 4 hours, another batch of pills came out of the furnace. This time, she took out 3 pills. However, only 2 of them were successful. The last one was a poison pill. She took out the 2 pills from before and compared them. The color and size were exactly the same. The only difference was that if she looked carefully, she could smell that the medicinal smell was slightly fainter. It should be right this time. As she spoke, she was only a few words. Of the 3, to see the 3 beasts outside. 2. Of 4. Of course it's to protect Master. Lao Bai said with great enthusiasm. Of you. To you. To 2. To. If you want to go, you go. I'm not going. Little Black, are you going? Lao Bai looked at the big black bear and asked. The big black bear scratched its head. It looked at Lao Bai and then at Tunyin. Finally, it shook its head. It did not dare to go. Seeing this, Lao Bai snorted and lay back down listlessly. Chapter 703. Feng Fengjiu, what are you doing here? Seeing him, Bai Ruofei couldn't help but stand up. Her originally nervous expression became even more nervous. I'm here to look for Yi Jing. Her lips slightly curled as she looked at Yi Jing. I have something to discuss with you. Hearing this, Yi Jing stood up and bid farewell to Bai Ruofei before walking towards Fengjiu. Following her to a secluded place, she asked, Aren't we going to take her to the teaching area? No need. I have a better way to deal with her. Her eyes narrowed with a smile as she hooked her finger at Bai Ruofei, indicating for her to come closer. Seeing this, Yi Jing moved closer and lowered her ear to listen to Fengjiu's whispers. Nodding her head, she said, Okay, I got it. I'll go now. Saying this, she turned around and left. Not long after, Fengjiu went to Bai Ruofei's courtyard and directly sealed her acupoints before carrying her away. At the entrance of the spiritual academy, Bai Ruofei's hands were tied together as she hung between the stone pillars. Her feet were suspended nearly a meter above the ground. She was unconscious and swaying there. The weight of her body was supported by the ropes that bound her hands. As a result, her hands were strangled and bleeding. Isn't that the Bai Ruofei who always follows Yi Jing? Why is she being hung up here? It's Bai Ruofei. Why is she unconscious? Who hung her here? Did she offend someone? More and more students from the surrounding spiritual academies started to gather as they pointed at Bai Ruofei, who was being hung up. However, no one had any thoughts of untying her. Not far away, seeing that there were already quite a number of students gathered around, Fengjiu curled his lips. Picking up a small stone, he flicked his hand and unsealed her acupoint. When the acupoint was unsealed, Bai Ruofei let out a muffled groan as the pill that Fengjiu had placed in her mouth slid down her throat before she could react. Hiss! When she regained consciousness, the pain in her hands made her suck in a breath of cold air. She struggled to untie herself, but found herself suspended in the air. Her hands were tied tightly, and she couldn't untie herself. She didn't know what was going on, but she saw that there were many students surrounding her. Thus, she called for help. Who's going to let me down? Please help me. Untie me and let me down. Aren't you the one who always follows senior sister Yi Jing? Why are you hanging here? Did you offend someone? A student raised his voice and asked. He walked forward, wanting to untie her. However, when he heard the following words, he couldn't help but freeze. He looked at the white-clothed woman who was hanging in the air with astonishment. Yi Jing? Yes. I'm good sisters. We who's good sisters? That slut's acting all day long. As soon as the voice came out, Bai Ruofei panicked, and her face instantly paled. However, for some reason, she seemed to have a stomach full of words that she wanted to say. Even if she wanted to, she couldn't control it. Even if she wanted to shut her mouth, she still couldn't stop herself from speaking. Chapter 704. The crowd below was dumbfounded as they watched Bai Ruofei continue to talk about secret matters. listening to how she had framed Yi Jing and how she had started a rumor. The students of the spiritual academies sucked in a mouthful of cold air as a single sentence surfaced in their minds. A woman's heart is the most poisonous. Yi Jing had treated her like a sister, yet she had framed her out of jealousy and ruined her reputation. This woman, her heart was simply too black. Not far away, Feng Jiu rubbed his chin. Pretty boy. Does she look like a pretty boy? That's simply nonsense. He was clearly a handsome man who was loved by everyone. Squinting her eyes, she glanced at the teachers and Yi Jing not far away. It seemed that she didn't need to explain anymore. Thus, she turned around and quietly left. On her way back, she went to the ovens to get some food after the effects of the medicine wore off. Bai Ruofei's face turned pale as she looked at the condemning gazes of the people below. Listening to the curses and the angry expressions of the teachers, her heart sank. She knew that she was finished. Blood rushed to her head as her vision turned black. Unable to bear the following scene, she fainted. Too hateful. How could the academy have such a student? Too hateful. The hot-tempered instructor Lu cursed as he ordered the students around him. Take her down and escort her to the dean's office for punishment. Yi Jing? Yi Jing? When the teachers thought of calling Yi Jing over to inquire about the reason, they noticed that the girl who had been by their side just now had disappeared. Seeing this, they didn't pay much attention to it, and only let the students bring Bai Ruofei back to await her punishment. In the main peak, she spoke of the matter herself. The Vice Academy head looked at Instructor Lu in astonishment and asked, "No one forced him to speak." "Yes, it's like this. When we rushed over, the student was hung on a stone pillar at the entrance of the academy. Her expression was one of panic and fear. She wanted to shut her mouth several times, but she couldn't stop herself from speaking. This student has already been escorted to the dean's office for punishment. Expel him from the academy and blacklist him, never to be admitted again." The vice headmaster waved his hand, indicating for Director Lu to withdraw. Hearing this, Guide Lu acknowledged and retreated. Before he left, he could not help but raise his head to look at the man in white. This person was said to be Elder Tianji's disciple, young Master Emochun. Why would you tell the truth yourself? No one would do such a thing, right? Could it be that he's being controlled by someone? The vice-chancellor stroked his beard thoughtfully. Emochun picked up the teacup and gently scraped the tea. Looking at the tea leaves floating in the tea, his eyes flickered and he said calmly, "Truth pill." "What?" The vice president turned to look at him. "In this world, there used to be a type of pill called the truth pill. As long as one consumes it, one will be able to proactively speak the truth. However, this pill formula has been lost for many years." "Truth pill?" The vice president was slightly startled. With a strange expression, he asked, "How could our academy have such a pill? What's more, the pill formula has been lost for a long time." However, as soon as his voice fell, he seemed to have thought of something, and his expression became even more strange. "This matter, could it be done by Feng Jiu? However, he's a student who just entered the alchemy department. Even if he has the pill formula, he shouldn't be able to refine the truth pill, right?" Chapter 705. Hearing this, the vice president stroked his beard and narrowed his eyes. "If that's really the case, then that's good." He smiled. "Our Star Cloud Academy has almost been forgotten by people, especially in the exchange competition with 6-class academies and above. We don't even have a student who can participate in the competition. If he really is proficient in the way of alchemy, even if he can't reach foundation establishment in the future, he won't be looked down upon if he has achievements in alchemy." The next morning, when Feng Jiu was still sleeping in, Guan Shilin's voice came from outside the cave. "Xiao Jiu? Xiao Jiu?" He was wearing the dark blue student uniform of the Xian Academy. His posture was tall and sturdy, and he was in high spirits. His eyes were sharp and hidden, and his whole body emitted the aura of a strong cultivator. In less than 3 months, he had broken through the 9th floor of the Xian Tower, and his strength had increased greatly. Now, he was already a martial ancestor realm cultivator. Among the students of the Xian Academy, there were few who could compare to him, Guan Shilin's name had spread throughout the Xian Academy in less than a day after he came out of the Xian Tower. As a new student, he had become the #1 student of the Xian Academy in just a few months. He called out a few times, but didn't hear any movement. She must have fallen asleep. He smiled and sat down under a tree. He looked at the big black bear guarding the cave and said with a smile, "You're the sacred beast that Xiao Jiu brought back from the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range? I didn't expect that she would keep such a big guy." Ayo! Little Black roared but didn't attack him. He just squatted and stared at him vigilantly. "No need to roar. You can't scare me. I'm your master's older brother, understand?" Guan Shilin said with a smile. He casually glanced and saw Lao Bai emerge from the grass not far away. "Hey, Guan, you're here." When Lao Bai saw Guan Shilin, he couldn't help but excitedly greet him. He wagged his tail and trotted over proud. "Guan, I Lao Bai can speak now. Are you scared?" "Ha ha ha ha." When he heard Lao Bai speak in human language and even called him Guan, he felt a few black lines appear on his forehead, and his expression became strange. Seeing it walk closer, he sized it up and asked, "Old White, you're still the same. You're not a divine beast, so how can you speak?" "Why can't I speak? I, Old White, am not an ordinary horse. In addition, I have an extraordinary master. It's only a matter of time before I speak human language." Its voice couldn't hide its pride. If it had come from a human's mouth, it wouldn't have been strange. However, it had come from a horse's mouth. Coupled with its proud little eyes, no matter how one looked at it, the corner of one's mouth twitched. It was simply inconceivable. "Brother, you came out of the profound tower?" Feng Jiu's sleepy voice sounded. Guan Shilin looked over and saw her walking out while yawning. Her eyes were half closed, and she looked like she hadn't woken up yet. He smiled and said, "I came out last night. I heard about what happened to you at the academy recently, so I came to find you this morning. You really attract attention wherever you go. You even hid in this almost abandoned alchemy institution, but you still managed to cause so much trouble. You can't blame me. It's them who came to find trouble with me." Chapter 706. Guan Shilin smiled and nodded. Not bad. I advanced to Martial Ancestor Realm in the Profound Tower. In fact, when I was training outside with the mercenary group for a few months, whether it was my speed, martial skills, or reaction time, they were all constantly improving. I just lacked an opportunity to advance. This time, the Profound Tower just happened to help me break through to Martial Ancestor Realm so quickly. What exactly is the Profound Tower? How is it inside? Are there many people inside? She asked curiously. She had only heard that the Profound Tower was a good place for the students of the Profound Academy to improve their own strength. She had been in the academy for so long, but she had never seen it. There aren't many people inside. Those who enter are all martial grandmasters. There are 9 floors inside, and the higher you go, the harder it is to pass. Some students are trapped on the 3rd or 4th floor and can't go any further. Aside from martial skills, it can also quickly increase a student's speed and profound chi. The most mysterious is the 9th floor. The 9th floor of the Profound Tower will only change according to each person who enters. When I went in, I encountered an illusion, and it took me half a month to get out of it. It's that powerful. She touched her chin, and her eyes moved slightly. "And I think you should find time to go to the Profound Tower and try it out." As he spoke, he told her about some of the things he encountered while training outside. Finally, he asked, "You haven't built your foundation yet? I remember that you've been stuck at Great Spirit Master for a long time." "Not yet. Yesterday, I wanted to take a mission and go out for a walk. Who knew that I would encounter that little white flower, so I was delayed. The academy can't just let people out casually, and there's no food. Recently, I've been craving for food." Hearing this, Guan Shilin laughed. "The academy doesn't have that, but I heard that you've been to the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range. You can go there to cultivate. There are wild boars there. You can catch them and roast them. I've been there. After all, it's only a 6th rank country. The highest level of beast is only a sacred beast. I haven't even seen the divine beast spicy soup. It's not difficult for me, so I'll be bored there." She waved her hand. She saw Old White, who was originally wandering around, twist its butt and tail as it excitedly ran not far away. Hey, beauty Yi Jing, you're getting more and more beautiful. Feng Jiu and Guan Shilin's mouths twitched. Guan Shilin looked at Lao Bai, then at Feng Jiu, and asked, "What's wrong with Lao Bai? How come he could talk?" Such a lecherous horse could drool at beauties even without opening its mouth. What would happen if it opened its mouth? He could even imagine that if Xiao Jiu rode it on the streets in the future, would it whistle and flirt with the girls on the street? Feng Jiu looked at Yi Jing, who was frozen in place, and said helplessly, "It became like this yesterday after eating the mutated true word pill that I just refined. This Lao Bai, I clearly told it not to open its mouth in front of others to avoid scaring them. But it seems that it forgot all about it when it saw beauty." As she spoke, she nudged him with her elbow and revealed an expectant smile. "Brother, let me tell you, this Yi Jing is a good person. She's the #1 beauty in the academy. Her character is good, and her cultivation is also good. I think she's quite pleasing to the eye. So, I wanted to introduce her to you last time. All right, this girl is quite smart. She even knows that I'm a woman disguised as a man." Chapter 707. Not bad. I was thinking before she could finish her sentence. Yi Jing walked over with a stunned expression. As she walked, she turned her head to look at Lao Bai, who was following beside her like a playboy. "Feng Jiu, what's wrong with Lao Bai?" Yi Jing walked up to Yi Jing. When she came back to her senses, she noticed that there was another man around. She nodded her head slightly and smiled faintly. "Yi Jing, you're here. Just in time. Come, sit." Feng Jiu reached out and pulled her to sit on the grass. He smiled and introduced the two of them. "Yi Jing, this is my brother, Guan Shilin. Brother, this is Yi Jing, my friend, the #1 beauty in the school." Guan Shilin nodded at her and smiled. "Nice to meet you." Yi Jing was slightly startled. Seeing the smile on the young man's face, her heart skipped a beat. Her face blushed slightly. She tried her best to calm herself down before returning a gentle smile. "I often hear Feng Jiu talk about you. I'm really surprised to meet you in person today." "Surprised? You're different from what I imagined." She lowered her eyes slightly and smiled to hide the nervousness in her heart. She was indeed surprised. She thought that Feng Jiu's brother would be the gentle and refined type. She never thought that he would be such an iron-blooded man. Although it was her first time meeting him, she had to admit that the man in front of her gave her a very strange feeling. Feng Jiu looked at the two of them. Her eyes moved, and she stood up with a smile. "Well, I just woke up and haven't washed up yet. You two go ahead and chat. I'll come back later." As she spoke, she took Lao Bai, who was lying beside Yi Jing, away to avoid disturbing the two of them. "Hey, Feng Jiu." Yi Jing saw her leave and could not help but feel even more nervous. She remembered that she said she would introduce her to her brother. Did she tell her brother? Now that they were alone, she was at a loss for what to do, as she had never encountered such a situation before. Seeing her nervousness, Guan Shilin was startled. He touched his chin and asked in confusion, "I shaved before coming out. Do I still look scary now?" No. She raised her head in a daze, and after meeting his smiling gaze, she hurriedly looked away. Seeing this, Guan Shilin found it strange but did not take it to heart. Instead, he smiled and asked, "Are you from Qington or from another country?" As the conversation progressed, Yi Jing gradually regained her usual calmness and gentleness. She realized that Guan Shilin was quite knowledgeable. Listening to him talk about his experience with the mercenary group, the two of them gradually started chatting. When Feng Jiu saw this, he couldn't help but smile. She knew it. The two of them were a perfect match. It was good that they were chatting. She would take a nap before coming out. As he thought about it, he yawned and went back to his room to rest. It wasn't until noon that the two of them remembered that Tong Jiu had disappeared for half a day. Guan Shilin smiled and stood up. "Yi Jing, sit here for a while. I'll call Xiao Jiu, and we'll go to the stream on the other side of the mountain to eat grilled fish." "All right." She nodded in response, and watched as he walked towards the Immortal's cave without the enchantment. After about half an hour, Feng Jiu and Guan Shilin finished washing up and walked out together. When she heard that they were going to the stream to catch fish, she was so excited that all her sleepiness disappeared without a trace. Chapter 708. In the evening, the three of them, who had been playing for almost a day, left at the fork in the road. Just as Feng Jiu was leading the three beasts to the cave, she saw a heaven-ranked student wearing a spiritual academy uniform standing in front of her with his back facing her. Even though she was close to the three beasts, he had no intention of giving way. Seeing this, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. "Excuse me." At this time, the man with his back facing her turned around. When their eyes met, a dark light flashed in their eyes. Feng Jiu rode on White's back and sized up the person in front of him. The uniform couldn't hide the sharp aura on his body, as well as the imposing manner of a superior. This person, even if he was a student of the academy, should be one of the top 3 heaven's prides. Not only did he have an outstanding appearance, he also had extraordinary strength and a superior background. This person was undoubtedly a heaven's pride. In the Academy of Stars and Clouds, other than Enchanting, there was only one other person who could have such an aura, the crown prince of a 6th-ranked country, Ouyang Xiao. Ouyang Xiao was the 2nd Foundation Establishment student in a 6-star academy. His strength was at the middle Foundation Establishment stage. Because Enchanting was at the late Foundation Establishment stage, he had always been suppressed by Enchanting and could only be ranked 2nd among the top 10 heaven's prides. To put it bluntly, he would always be 2nd place. While Feng Jiu was sizing up Ouyang Xiao was also sizing up the youth on the white horse. He was dressed in an inconspicuous academy robe, but it couldn't conceal his breathtaking elegance. The young man's immortal-like appearance was destined to attract attention wherever he went. However, what attracted his attention even more was the young man's temperament and his mysterious and bottomless clear eyes. He was obviously a 16-year-old youth, wearing an unremarkable uniform, but couldn't hide his elegance. He sat on the white horse, his whole body emitting a lazy aura. His whole person seemed so indifferent, like a hedonistic son of a rich family. However, when the youth raised his eyes, those bottomless and mysterious eyes gave off a hidden pressure. With just a glance, it made his heart tremble. Was this young man, named Feng Jiu, really from a 9th-ranked country? This kind of figure, this kind of appearance, this kind of dazzling magnificence. How could he be an ordinary person? Feng Jiu. His voice rang out, low and stern. Ouyang Xiao. Feng Jiu raised his eyebrows. Ouyang Xiao's eyes narrowed. I've long heard of you. Same here. Feng Jiu's lips curled into a faint smile. He looked deeply at the young man on the horse, wanting to see through him. So, he said, 3 days later, I will wait for you on the storm platform. Without waiting for Feng Jiu to reply, he turned and left. In his opinion, someone like Feng Jiu would definitely come once he issued a challenge. But he still didn't understand Feng Jiu, and also underestimated Feng Jiu. He didn't know that Feng Jiu only listened to him, and didn't even take it to heart. Looking at the departing figure, Feng Jiu's smile deepened. He patted White's head and said to the big black bear beside him, Little Black, let's go. 1 man and 3 beasts walked towards the cave residence. Chapter 709. The next morning, Xiao Jiu. After hearing the news, Guan Shilin came over early with Yi Jing. The 2 of them had met on the road. Lao Bai walked over with an elegant horse stance and stood beside Yi Jing. He said to the 2 of them, Master went to bed very late last night. She won't get up until noon today. She also soundproofed her room. She won't be able to hear you no matter how loudly you call her. We heard that Ouyang Xiao challenged Xiao Jiu. Where did you meet him yesterday? Guan Shilin asked with a slight frown. On the way back, Master said that if you came, you should go back. Don't worry, she didn't intend to accept the challenge. Lao Bai took a deep breath and smelled Yi Jing's pleasant scent. Yes, a woman smells good. Ouyang Xiao is a cultivator in the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. His cultivation is the best among his peers. Among all the students in the academy, only Enchanting can suppress him. If Feng Jiu fights with him, I'm afraid. Yi Jing was a little worried. She felt that this matter might have been caused by her, so she felt uneasy. Guan Shilin was not worried that Feng Jiu would not be a match for Ouyang Xiao, because he knew her strength very well. Not to mention the students in the academy, even some of the teachers were no match for her. He just felt that it would not be a good thing for her to be constantly challenged here. It would definitely hinder her cultivation. If everyone came to challenge her, and anyone could challenge her, then how would she have so much time to cultivate and do her own things? You should go back. Master is fine here. Don't worry. Lao Bai took a deep breath as he spoke, his face full of intoxication. Yi Jing did not know whether to laugh or cry. Lao Bai, can you not be so lecherous? He stood beside her and took a deep breath. Was she so pleasant to smell? No, I like beautiful women, especially beautiful women with a beautiful heart. Beauty Yi Jing, I've been wanting to tell you for a long time. You really smell good, full of feminine fragrance. No, my legs are weak. Lao Bai had an intoxicated look on his face. As he spoke, he even lay down and pretended that his legs were weak. That despicable appearance and perverted expression made it hard for people to hate him even if they wanted to. Guanxilin glared at Lao Bai and was speechless. Lao Bai, where did you learn to be so lecherous? Xiao Jio wasn't a pervert either. Could it be your previous master? My previous master was an idiot, but he was also a good person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given me to my Xiao Jio. Its mouth opened and closed as it spoke smoothly. As soon as it said Xiao Jiu Jio, its eyes suddenly lit up. Ah, from now on, I'll call you Xiao Jio. It sounds really nice. Seeing this, the two of them helplessly shook their heads and smiled at each other. However, at this moment, the spiritual academy was in chaos. When Teacher Lu was giving a lecture to the students of the spiritual academy, he had a bad temper and scolded a student who was not doing well and was absent-minded, causing him to fall unconscious. When the students sent the teacher to the teaching office in a panic, Teacher Lu's body had already stiffened and he had lost consciousness. When the pharmacists of the medicinal academy and the academy's doctors received the news, they rushed to the teaching office and filled up a room. Chapter 710. When Director Lu saw the two of them, he hurriedly bowed and said, "It's like this. The students of the spiritual academy sent Director Lu here. They said that one of the students didn't learn how to use spiritual energy properly and was absent-minded. In the end, he was scolded by Director Lu. At that time, Director Lu was very angry and collapsed after a few words. He paused for a moment before continuing. I asked the pharmacists and doctors to check on him. They said that it was caused by the liver, but it was discovered too late. This caused his temper to become irritable and his blood to rush to his brain. It shouldn't be difficult to treat his internal organs, but now that the complications have flared up, it won't be easy to treat." "It's that serious?" The dean frowned and looked at Director Lu, who was lying motionless on the bed. Noticing the stiffness of his body, he asked, "Why do I feel like there's something wrong with his body?" The pharmacist couldn't find the cause, but the doctor said that it was his brain that caused his body to become paralyzed. However, our academy's doctors also said that there was no way to treat him. "We don't know what to do now." Director Lu's face was filled with worry and anxiety. Although Director Lu's temper wasn't very good, he was extremely serious about teaching. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been registered as a teacher in Nebula. Moreover, he had taught for more than 10 years in Nebula. Now that they saw him lying motionless on the bed without any consciousness, it made them feel uncomfortable. When the dean and vice dean heard this, their expressions turned grave. However, the two of them did not know anything about medicine and could not help much. Even though they had a few life-saving pills in their collection, those pills could only treat internal injuries. They had never encountered a problem with the body's liver function that affected the brain. "How about this? Old Guan, go ask young Master Imo Chun to come take a look. He's proficient in pills. Perhaps he can see if there are any pills that Director Lu can use." The dean turned to the vice dean and ordered, "Okay, I'll go ask him now." The vice dean said and hurried out of the teaching office, heading towards Mo Chen's courtyard. On the bed in the teaching office, the pharmacists and two doctors were discussing Director Lu's condition. Some said that they might have to go out and invite a doctor with better medical skills to treat Director Lu, while others said that they would have to go to a fifth-ranked country to find one. Everyone was talking until they saw the vice director bring the white-clothed man to the teaching office. Only then did they all quiet down. Young Master Mo Chun. To these teachers and doctors, they had all heard of his name. His teacher was Mr. Tianji, and he was the only disciple of Mr. Tianji. It was said that he was proficient in alchemy. He could even concoct 6-level pills. He was a rare genius in alchemy. Everyone stepped aside to let the vice president and Mo Chen enter. Inside, Mo Chen took Director Lu's pulse and checked his body. After a few breaths, he stood up and shook his head at the dean and vice president. He's not injured, he's sick. Pills can treat injuries, but to treat an illness, you have to find the root of the problem. I can't do anything about his situation. Even you can't do anything about it? The vice president's heart sank. Chapter 711. His words made everyone's hearts sink. Looking at the aura of death that enveloped Director Lu, the atmosphere in the office became heavy. Everyone was silent, not knowing what to say. Although Director Lu wasn't dead yet, he wasn't far from it. The aura of death on his body could be seen by all the cultivators present. His spiritual power was gradually weakening, like a flame drenched in rain, gradually becoming smaller and smaller. There were many cultivators in this world, so there were alchemists and pharmacists. However, there were very few doctors. In the eyes of cultivators, doctors were far less important than alchemists and pharmacists. This was because most doctors could only treat mortals. Cultivators rarely had any problems with their bodies. It was also because of this that there were even fewer doctors who were respected and trusted in the medical field. After all, true medical experts were extremely rare. At the very least, it was impossible for them to appear in a 6th-tier country like theirs. I wonder if you've heard of the ghost doctor? A doctor suddenly asked, looking at the crowd. If we can find the ghost doctor, I think Director Lu can be saved. However, the ghost doctor's whereabouts are mysterious. It's very difficult to find him. Plus, we only have 6 hours. Even if we can find him, it's too late. At the end, he sighed, shook his head, and walked out. It was as if he didn't say anything. How could they possibly find the ghost doctor in 6 hours? As far as he was concerned, Director Lu was beyond saving. If he was injured, cultivators like them might be able to save him with some life-saving elixirs and medicines. However, this illness was really going to take his life. It can be said that almost everyone in Qing knows of the ghost doctor's name, but only a few people have seen him before. However, he has a good relationship with the people from the black market. He has appeared in Qing Kingdom before, so perhaps the people from the black market know where he is now. The dean thought for a while, then said to the vice dean, Elder Guan, go take my order and ask the black market for help. This will work. Even we have to be polite to the black market. I'm worried that even if they know, they won't reveal it. No matter what, we still have to go. Go. The head of the black market is on good terms with me. If he knows the whereabouts of the ghost doctor, he should be willing to help. The dean waved his hand, indicating for him to hurry. All right, I'll make a trip there. Elder Guan took the dean's identity token and hurried to the black market. Emo-chun, is there any way to prolong his life? Even if it's just for a day or a few hours, it's fine. The dean looked to Director Lu, who was lying on the bed, and sighed. I personally recruited this old Lu. He has been teaching students in Nebula for more than 10 years. He has always been a strict and serious instructor. I really don't want him to be like this. I can use my spiritual power to seal the life force in his body, stopping all the blood vessels and meridians in his body from circulating, causing him to fall into a state of suspended animation. However, it can only last for 4 hours. After 4 hours, he will still only have 6 hours left. Emo-chan said indifferently. His gaze swept over Director Lu, who was lying on the bed. To him, Director Lu was just a stranger. If it wasn't for the headmaster's repeated requests, he definitely wouldn't have opened his mouth. Chapter 712. Hearing this, Emo-chan didn't say anything else and walked up to the bedside. He raised his hand, and a wave of spiritual energy visible to the naked eye surged. In the next moment, he quickly sealed several major acupuncture points on Instructor Lu's body. At that moment, the aura on Instructor Lu's body suddenly disappeared, as if he had died. He didn't even breathe. This scene caused the hearts of the surrounding instructors to freeze. Just as they were about to open their mouths to ask what had happened, they saw young Master Emo-chun wave his sleeves and turn to leave. At the same time, he left behind an indifferent sentence. Before that, don't touch him. Everyone watched as his figure disappeared from the teaching area. They couldn't help but look at the dean. The dean stepped forward to take a look, and his wise eyes moved slightly. Using spiritual energy to seal all the major acupuncture points on his body, other than having an extremely accurate knowledge of the acupuncture points, one also needed to have a strong spiritual energy. Just these 4 hours of fake death had consumed a lot of Mo Chen's spiritual energy. The dean looked at Instructor Liu lying on the bed and couldn't help but sigh. He slowly said, "Cultivators don't find it scary to get injured. The scariest thing is to get sick without knowing it." His illness came so fiercely and without any warning. It could really take his life at any time. The dean said this out of regret. However, these words were like a thunderclap in Instructor Liu's ears, shaking his heart. Suddenly, he remembered something from 2 days ago. Recalling the scene from 2 days ago and looking at today's events, Instructor Liu couldn't help but wipe away the sweat on his forehead. He couldn't hide the disbelief on his face. "Director Liu, what's wrong?" The dean noticed that something was wrong with his expression and asked. Hearing the dean's voice, Instructor Liu swallowed and looked at him, saying, Dean, I suddenly remembered something very important." "What is it?" "That two days ago, because by Rafei slandered Fengjiu and Yi Jing, we called them to the teaching area. At that time, Instructor Liu pointed at them and flew into a rage. At that time. What happened at that time?" The dean asked in a low voice. "Oh, I remember now. At that time, Fengjiu scolded him for being crazy," one of the instructors said. The other person shook his head when he heard this. No. His tone didn't sound like he was scolding. It sounded more like a reminder. "Yes, we didn't notice it at that time, and we didn't think of it before. It was only when the director mentioned it that I remembered. At that time, Fengjiu said to Director Liu, 'Minter, you're sick. You need to be treated.'" Director Liu gulped and paused for a moment before continuing. "At the time, the atmosphere wasn't too pleasant. We all thought that he was just speaking in a fit of anger, but I just remembered that Fengjiu said that he would collapse within 3 days." Hearing this, the dean's heart trembled and his eyes narrowed. "You mean he already saw that there was a problem with Director Liu's health 3 days ago?" "Yes, that's what I think. I was thinking, since he studied alchemy, could he also be proficient in medicine?" Instructor Liu looked at the dean and asked. However, when he thought of this, he felt that it wasn't very likely. Fengjiu was the only student in the alchemy department, and he was also a heaven-ranked student. If he also had medical skills, then this youth was too heaven-defying. "Where's Fengjiu now?" the dean immediately asked. "If he's not in the spiritual department, then he's naturally in the alchemy department." Instructor Liu replied. Chapter 7:13. "Yes, I'll immediately send someone to bring him here," Director Liu said as he quickly went outside and called for 2 students from the spiritual academy to quickly go to the alchemy department to find Fengjiu. Due to the news of Director Liu fainting, the teachers and students of the spiritual academy and the profound academy heard about it. Even the medicine peak knew that a teacher was on the brink of death due to the arrival of several alchemists. However, in a nearly sealed alchemy department, Fengjiu's cave was located a few mountains away from the alchemy peak. Not to mention, Fengjiu was still sleeping in the cave and had no idea about what was happening outside. Guan Shilin and Yi Jing sat outside the cave, chatting as they waited for Fengjiu to wake up. Because the barrier around the cave wasn't opened, they couldn't enter and couldn't hear their shouts, so they could only wait outside. Because the 2 of them came early in the morning, they naturally didn't know that the spiritual academy and the profound academy were spreading the news of Director Liu's death. Until 2 students from the spiritual academy rushed over on Crane. When they saw the 2 people chatting under the tree, they couldn't help but be startled. They looked at each other and walked forward. "Senior sister Yi Jing," the 2 of them called out as their gazes fell on the man in the profound academy's uniform. After sizing him up, one of them came to the front of the cave and shouted, Fengjiu, come out quickly. Director Liu is looking for you." Hearing that, Yi Jing and Guan Shilin were startled. After looking at each other, Yi Jing asked, "What's going on? Why are you looking for Fengjiu again?" Fengjiu, Come out quickly. Director Liu is looking for you." The student shouted loudly, his voice filled with spiritual energy. If Fengjiu didn't set up a soundproof barrier, it would have been fine. But now that the cave was soundproof, no matter how loudly they shouted, the person sleeping inside couldn't hear them. Seeing that there was no movement for a long time, the two of them turned to Yi Jing and said, "Senior Sister Yi Jing, Teacher Liu wants Fengjiu to go to the teaching area immediately." "Where is he? Or did he go out? Why hasn't there been any response after we've called for so long?" "She's in her cave dwelling, but there's a soundproof enchantment around her cave dwelling. The sound from the outside can't be heard. I heard from her beasts that she slept very late last night. I reckon that she won't wake up until noon today at the earliest." Until noon, the faces of the two students changed. "How can we do that? This matter can't wait." "What can't wait?" Guan Shilin asked, frowning slightly as he looked at the two students whose expressions had changed slightly. "Instructor Liu can't wait any longer. Mentor Liu is dying. Director Liu said that Fengjiu might be able to save him. He asked us to quickly call him over." The two students spoke. They didn't really believe that Fengjiu could save Director Liu. After all, he was just a new student. How could he save someone who couldn't even be saved by a pharmacist and a doctor? It was probably because Instructor Liu and the others had no other choice that they came up with the idea of making a Hail Mary effort. When the Dean and Director Liu were talking, there was standing guard outside. They also heard the sounds inside and came to call Fengjiu over. It seemed that 2 days ago, Fengjiu said that Director Liu was sick and needed to be treated. For some reason, they thought of looking for Fengjiu, who knew that when they came here, Fengjiu actually set up a soundproof barrier in the cave dwelling. How despicable. Chapter 714. He collapsed when he was scolding in class. His condition is very serious. Yao Feng's teacher went over, as did the academy's doctor. Even that young Master Mo Chun went over. They all said that he can't be saved. One of the students said anxiously, "Director Liu told us to look for Fengjiu immediately, but what should we do now that he has set up a soundproof barrier? Fengjiu doesn't have any medical skills. There's no point in looking for him. Could it be that the principal and the vice principal didn't care? With their connections, they should be able to find a highly skilled doctor in Enchanting country. Why did they come to look for Fengjiu?" Yi Jing frowned as she spoke. Thinking about how Director Liu's life was in danger, she couldn't help but say to Guan Shilin, "Director Liu is also my teacher. I owe him a debt of gratitude for his guidance. I have to rush back to take a look." With that, she left hurriedly without waiting for Guan Shilin to speak. Guan Shilin watched Yi Jing leave and turned to look at the two anxious students. His eyes moved slightly as he asked, "Even the doctor and Yao Feng's teacher can't save him. Why did they come to look for Fengjiu?" Xiao Jiu's identity as the ghost doctor should be unknown to the people in the academy. Fengjiu said that Director Liu would collapse within 3 days. I didn't think that his crow's beak would be right. "Look, Director Liu told us to look for him," one of them said. Seeing that waiting here wasn't a solution, he hurriedly left to report that they couldn't enter the cave abode. Even their voices couldn't be heard. At the teaching area. "What? You didn't see him? You can't even enter the cave abode?" Director Liu glared and scolded. "If you can't enter the cave abode, don't you know how to shout?" What a waste of breath. The two students hurriedly said, we shouted, but that guy even set up a soundproof barrier when he slept. Our voices couldn't be heard." Hearing this, not only was Director Liu stunned, even the few teachers who came out with him widened their eyes in shock. What the hell is Fengjiu doing? He even has to set up a soundproof barrier when he sleeps? Why? Why is his habit so different from others? I heard from her that she has a bad temper when she wakes up. She didn't get enough sleep and was in a bad mood. In addition, she should have gone to bed very late last night. She didn't want to be disturbed today, so she must have set up that soundproof barrier. I just didn't expect this to happen to Director Liu. Yi Jing walked over and said she had just gone in to see Director Liu, and the director had said that he could only be stabilized for a few hours. Once the time was up, if no one could save him, then he might really go take a look. As Director Liu spoke, he decided to personally make a trip there. Thus, he let two students lead the way and quickly headed towards Fengjiu's cave residence. At the same time, the vice head who had hurried to the black market had sped up his pace. As soon as he stepped into the black market's main entrance, his aura became slightly unstable. After handing over the dean's token, he was invited inside. Not long after, the black market's president walked out with a smile. "Vice Academy head, what brings you here?" He waved his hand, gesturing for the servants to serve tea. After old Guan stabilized his breath, he cupped his hands and said, "President Gong, please forgive me for my hasty visit. I have something to ask of you." "Oh, something to ask of me? Ha ha." Vice Academy head Guan really knows how to joke. The School of Stars and Clouds is such a powerful force. Why would they need the black market's help? The black market's president chuckled and took a sip of tea. Chapter 715. Hearing this, President Gong, who was sipping his tea, paused, a trace of surprise flashing through his eyes. Looking towards the anxious Vice Academy head Guan, he asked, "Vice Academy head Guan, why have you thought of looking for the ghost doctor?" "To tell you the truth, President Gong, one of our academy's teachers suddenly fell to the ground and couldn't get up. His life is in danger, and the academy's pharmacists, alchemists, and doctors can't do anything about it. Thus, I thought of the ghost doctor's famous name. It's said that her medical skills can even bring the dead back to life. Out of desperation, our headmaster ordered me to inquire about the ghost doctor's whereabouts." Hee hee. Our black market's relationship with the ghost doctor is indeed unusual. However, she has also instructed us not to reveal her whereabouts. This Gong is truly unable to help with Vice Academy head Guan's request. He shook his head and continued, "Besides, distant water can't put out a nearby fire. You'd better find another doctor. President Gong, this is a human life. Please, President Gong, help us." The vice president stood up and bowed respectfully. Seeing this, President Gong sighed lightly. "It's not that I don't want to help, but that I can't. As the president of the black market, I naturally have to be responsible for the black market. With her position in our black market, even if I see her, I have to obediently bow and not do anything offensive. You don't understand the ghost doctor. She saves people based on her preferences. Even if you find her, so what? You'll only be wasting your energy. Besides, since the higher-ups have instructed us to keep her information confidential, we can't reveal it to the outside world." President Gong walked out, but just as he was about to step out of the hall, he paused and turned back to look at Vice Academy head Guan, saying meaningfully, "If you want to save someone, why should you give up what's near and seek what's far away?" Hearing this, Vice Academy head Guan's expression froze, and he couldn't help but stop in his tracks. Hearing President Gong's meaningful words before leaving, he couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, "If you want to save someone, why should you give up what's near and seek what's far away?" Give up what's near? Give up what's near, what does he mean? Give up what's near and seek what's far away near. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. His expression changed as he whispered, "Could it be that it's in their academy?" He had given up on going to the nearest place and instead came here to ask. If there really was a solution, then this was the only solution. However, most of the people in their academy had already tried. Could it be that there was someone else who had the ability to do so? Although he was puzzled, he did not dare to delay and quickly headed to the academy. Just as he walked out of the black market, President Gong walked out with a smile. At this moment, a question came from beside him. "President, why did you reveal the ghost doctor's whereabouts to him?" An old man appeared beside him and asked doubtfully. "I only said that there's no need to seek the farthest. If he can really guess it, it's his ability." As he spoke, there was a hint of laughter in his voice, and he continued, "I just feel that it's very interesting. The ghost doctor has already become a student of their academy, yet they don't know about it, and even came to the black market to look for her. How interesting." At the same time, in front of Feng Jiu's cave house, Guide Lu launched a series of spirit force attacks, but he couldn't break the barrier. He couldn't help but stare. He was embarrassed, ashamed, and anxiously cursed while gritting his teeth. Chapter 716. The cave residences of the alchemy department were indeed protected by a barrier, but the barrier was not that strong. Even an Aura's core stage teacher, like him, couldn't open the enchantment here. Just how angry was he? In addition to the 2 students who followed him, some other Heaven grade students also followed. At this time, when they saw that Director Liu could not break the barrier even after several attacks, they could not help but be dumbfounded. Feng Jiu actually had the ability to strengthen the barrier to such an extent. Even Director Liu, who was in the multiple core stage, could not open it. Seeing that the barrier was almost immovable, the corners of their mouths twitched. They also wanted to ask, is this to prevent thieves? Or to prevent assassinations? In fact, Feng Jiu did not want to prevent anything. He strengthened the barrier because he was afraid that her alchemy would be too loud and spread out. As for the soundproof barrier, it was only because she wanted to have a good sleep without being disturbed. Who would have thought that these people would come looking for her so early in the morning? Boom! Bang, bang, bang. Rumbling sounds of impact could be heard from time to time. When the surrounding students saw that Director Liu was sweating profusely and panting, they could not help but look at each other. One of them stepped forward and cautiously suggested, Director Liu? The barrier could not be opened, and he was embarrassed. When he thought about how Director Liu was waiting there and his life was in danger, he suddenly became angry. When he saw the student step forward, he immediately shouted angrily, "What are you doing?" The student shrank his shoulders and said, "Director Liu, why don't we ask the dean to come over?" Director Liu's face turned red, and he glared at the cave residence that was not moving at all. He flicked his sleeves and said, "I'll go by myself." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly went to the teaching office and did not dare to delay. Guan Shilin, who had called the big black bear and Lao by to sit under a tree not far away, glanced at the leaving figure of the teacher. His eyes moved slightly, and no one knew what he was thinking. Director Liu, who hurried back to the teaching office, found the dean with a red face. "Dean, that Brett not only set up a soundproof barrier when he slept, he also strengthened the barrier of the cave residence. I can't break his barrier." Hearing this, the dean was slightly surprised. He strengthened the barrier? And even you can't break it? He was shocked in his heart. How could a mere student be so capable? Director Liu was a gold core stage cultivator, but he could not even break a student's barrier. I'll go take a look. You stay here. The dean instructed, and under the guidance of the student, he went to Feng Jiu's cave residence. When he arrived at the cave abode, his gaze swept past the mini spiritual academy, profound academy, and students surrounding the cave abode. His gaze landed on the big black bear and the strange horse under the tree. These are Feng Jiu's pet beasts? Just as he was looking at the strange horse, he suddenly saw the strange horse of an unknown breed grin at him, revealing a row of horse teeth. His wise gaze moved slightly. After he glanced at the strange horse, his gaze turned and landed on the student wearing the Xian Academy's uniform. He didn't break the cave's barrier first, but instead walked towards him. "You must be Guan Shilin, Feng Jiu's elder brother." The dean spoke with certainty, and a smile appeared on his face. Guan Shilin glanced at the dean, stood up, and bowed respectfully. Guan Shilin greets the dean. "Since you are Feng Jiu's elder brother, you should know if he knows medicine, right?" The dean looked at him and asked. Chapter 717. On a nearby hill, Emo Chun, who had already left the teaching office, heard that Director Liu and the others had come looking for Feng Jiu, but could not meet him. They said that the barrier had been strengthened and a soundproof barrier had been set up. He was surprised and came over to take a look. He did not expect to see the dean here as well. Why did he not want that youth? Could it be that the youth knew medicine? His gaze shifted and fell on the man in the Xian Academy uniform. Was this the youth's sworn brother, Guan Shilin? Hearing the dean's question, he watched quietly. Since he was the youth's brother, he should know very well whether the youth knew medicine or not. If he said that the youth did not know medicine, perhaps there was no need to break the barrier. However, even if he knew medicine, Director Liu's condition was too serious. How could a youth like him save him? Under the tree, the dean did not rush him. He looked calmly at Guan Shilin and waited for his answer. Guan Shilin also looked at him. After a long silence, he said in a low voice, "Compared to whether he knows medicine or not, I think the dean should be more concerned about whether he will save Director Liu or not." Hearing this, the dean's heart shook. The hidden meaning of his words caused waves to surge in his heart. He was extremely shocked. He understood what Guan Shilin meant. Instead of asking whether Feng Jiu knew medicine, they should be more worried about whether he would save Director Liu. If he saved Director Liu, then he knew medicine. If he did not want to save Director Liu, then he only needed to say that he did not know medicine from the beginning to the end. None of them had thought about this problem. They only found out that Feng Jiu knew that there was a problem with Director Liu's health 2 days ago. First, she sent a student to call him over. Then, Director Liu came over to break the barrier to call him over. Now, Feng Jiu came over personally to call him over. They took all of this for granted. They took it 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 for granted. As long as they said something, Feng Jiu would have no choice but to obey. In an instant, he understood. While he was shocked, he was also shocked. If it weren't for the young man's reminder, even if they broke the barrier and woke Feng Jiu up, Feng Jiu might not have helped them. Thinking of this, he took a deep look at Guan Shilin, cupped his hands, and bowed deeply. Thank you. He thanked him for his reminder. It was his words that had enlightened him. Guan Shilin looked at the director and slightly leaned to the side to receive half of his salute. At the same time, he returned the salute. I wouldn't dare. When the surrounding people saw the dean bow to the young man under the tree, they all widened their eyes in shock. They looked at the scene in disbelief and felt that this scene was so unreal. Not far away, on the mountaintop, Imo Chin's eyes flickered when he heard their conversation. He did not leave. He only stood there quietly and looked at the cave abode. He looked at the dean who was standing under the tree and had no intention of breaking the barrier. At the same time, when the vice director rushed back to the teaching office and heard Director Liu's words, a thought flashed through his mind. His heart shook as he remembered the rumors about the ghost doctor. The ghost doctor, dressed in red, a handsome young man. He then remembered the words of the black market president. To save a life, there was no need to give up what was near at hand and seek what was far away. The vice director only felt a huge boom in his mind. It was as if a bolt of lightning had exploded in his mind. His mind went blank. It's him. It's him. It's him. Chapter 718. When all the surrounding students looked at the principal, who was standing quietly under the tree, wondering why he hadn't broken the barrier to call Feng Jiu out, they heard a surprised and excited voice come from afar. Principal. Principal, I know. It's him, it's him. The vice head's figure was like a flash of light, instantly arriving in front of the principal. He was about to speak when he saw the principal raise his hand and set up a soundproof barrier. What do you mean it's him? Didn't I tell you to go to the black market and inquire about the ghost doctor? Is there any news? The principal asked. Because of the soundproof barrier, other than Guan Shilin standing next to him, no one else could hear their conversation. When Guan Shilin heard this, he glanced at the dean and then at the excited vice director. Then he lowered his gaze. It's him, it's Feng Jiu. He's the ghost doctor. He should be the ghost doctor. The vice head said excitedly, grabbing the principal's arm, full of excitement. I told you he's not simple, right? Not only is his spiritual energy cultivation outstanding, his talent is outstanding, and he can refine pills. Most importantly, he's actually the ghost doctor. The ghost doctor is a pharmacist. It's said that his medicine has already reached the level of a medicine saint. Now, that such a genius is actually a student of our academy. How? How did such a good thing fall into our Xing Yun Academy's lap? When he reached the end of his speech, he was obviously a little too excited and spoke incoherently. He didn't know what he was saying, but there was only one piece of information reverberating in his mind. Feng Jiu, that red-clothed youth that he had taken a fancy to, was actually the renowned ghost doctor. Hearing this, the principal's heart trembled. He instinctively looked at Guan Shilin next to him, and when he saw the calmness on his face, he knew that the vice head was telling the truth. There was no need to confirm or ask. Just looking at Guan Shilin was enough. He was Feng Jiu's older brother, so he naturally knew about Feng Jiu's matters. In addition to his previous reminder, at this moment, there was no doubt that Feng Jiu was the ghost doctor. Only, he had never expected that the person he was looking for would be someone from their academy. What was even more unexpected was that this student who had always lived in seclusion and had a cheeky smile on his face, giving others the impression that he was lazy, leisurely, and kind and easy to bully, was actually that famous ghost doctor. No one knew just how shaken his heart was at this moment. No one knew just how great the fluctuations in his heart were at this moment. At this moment, he understood even more why Guanxilin had reminded him of that sentence. If it was just a normal student, they wouldn't have cared at all, but if it was the Phantom Doctor, then the consequences would be dire. The excited vice headmaster saw that the headmaster was slightly startled, as if he was in a daze. He immediately called out, "Headmaster? Dean? Can't you hear me? Old Guan, you're not young anymore. You need to think twice before doing anything. What will the students and instructors think of you if you make such a big fuss all the way here?" The dean calmed himself down and looked at the vice head. "Old Guan, you're not young anymore. You need to think twice before doing anything. I'm not agitated. Even if you're agitated, you need to know your limits," the headmaster said in a low voice. Hearing the headmaster's low voice, the vice headmaster finally calmed down. He had been too agitated before to notice, but now he felt that something wasn't right. Chapter 719. Hearing his words, the dean slowly exhaled. His wise eyes fell on the cave as he slowly said, "I'll wait here." "Wait?" The vice dean was startled. "We can wait, but Director Liu can't. How about this? I'll go call him. This is a matter of life and death. In the past, it would have been fine, but this concerns the life of a teacher. We can't wait." As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward, but was stopped by the dean. "If I say wait, then wait. Whether or not he lives will depend on Director Liu's luck." But the vice dean turned back to look at the dean's serious face and the expressionless Guanxilin. He really didn't know why they had to wait. Seeing this, the dean sighed. "Old Guan, who did you say he was?" "The ghost doctor. Feng Jiu is the ghost doctor." At this point, his eyes lit up again. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to have remembered something. His expression gradually changed from excitement to calmness. At this moment, he finally understood the dean's meaning. Yes, Feng Jiu was the ghost doctor. The ghost doctor wasn't someone they could ask to do whatever they wanted. So what if he was in their academy? From what he knew, the ghost doctor had an eccentric personality. He did everything as he pleased. If he didn't admit it and didn't want to save someone, then there was no point in their enthusiasm. If they wanted to ask him to save someone, then they couldn't treat him as a student of the academy. They had to treat him as the ghost doctor and give him the respect he deserved. Otherwise, things would only backfire. Also, since he had entered their academy, he didn't want his identity as the ghost doctor to be exposed. If they exposed his identity, he was afraid. Thinking of this and how he had been shouting excitedly the entire way, he couldn't help but wipe away his cold sweat. He had experienced Feng Jiu's eccentric temper before. That was close. That was close. At this moment, he calmed his emotions and glanced at the dean. Then, his gaze fell on Guanxilin, who hadn't said anything. He smiled and asked Shilin, "Feng Jiu is sleeping inside?" Hearing this, Guanxilin glanced at him and nodded. "Yes." "Oh, so it's like that? How long does he usually sleep before waking up?" Director Liu only had a few hours. If Feng Jiu fell asleep like this, then it's hard to say. He shook his head and didn't say anything else. "Then let's wait," he said with a sigh. He stood next to the dean and looked at the Immortal's cave. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the vice president standing there. Wasn't he here to call Feng Jiu? Why didn't the dean and the vice dean break the barrier and let people in to call him out? What the hell is going on? Yijing also came over. However, when she saw the strange scene, her heart skipped a beat. Her gaze also fell on the cave. 2 hours passed, and there was still no movement from the dean and the ghost doctor. 4 hours passed, and there was still no movement. Everyone gradually became restless and began to discuss in low voices. Excluding the previous time, there were less than 4 hours left. Even the ghost doctor couldn't help but feel anxious, but there was nothing he could do. He could only hope that Feng Jiu would wake up quickly and leave the cave. Chapter 720. The Vice Academy head was anxious and didn't pay much attention to him. "What is it?" he asked. "What is it?" Guanxilin looked at him and asked, "May I borrow the Vice Academy head's warrant for a moment?" The Vice Academy head was startled. He glanced at Guanxilin, then looked at the dean. After the dean nodded, The Vice Academy head handed the warrant to Guan Shilin. What do you need the warrant for? Guan Shilin took the warrant, and a smile finally appeared on his stiff face. He didn't answer. Instead, he bowed to the two of them, then called Yi Jing and quickly left. What is he trying to do? The Vice Academy head frowned as he watched the two of them leave. You'll find out soon enough. With that, the dean retracted his gaze and looked at the quiet immortal's cave. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This Fengjiu was too good at sleeping. After the time it takes half an incense stick to burn, the crowd saw Guan Shilin and Yi Jing return. They were carrying things in their hands, and behind them were several students who were helping them carry the items. Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Guan Shilin ordered the students to place the items in front of the immortal's cave's barrier. He even set up a stove and heated up a pot of spirit chicken ginseng soup. Not only that, but when the lids of the other items were removed, the crowd couldn't help but stare with wide eyes. There was a thin meat bun filled with soup, a roasted spirit chicken, and a large leg of spirit pork being roasted over the fire. The sight of it caused the crowd to drool. What are they doing? Are they hungry? How can they get food from the ovens? That's food for the instructors. How can they bring so much food here? That's right. Furthermore, is it really appropriate to eat here at this time of the day? The students were all talking amongst themselves, and even some of the instructors were furious. However, since the dean and the vice-chancellor hadn't said anything, they couldn't say anything. After all, they had seen the vice-chancellor give Guan Shilin a warrant. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to enter the ovens. Seeing the scene in front of the cave residence, and the man named Guan Shilin placing the steaming hot delicacies in front of the barrier, Imo Chun, who was standing at the top of the mountain not far away, smiled. So that was the case. The dean and vice-dean were silent at this moment. They thoughtfully looked at Guan Shilin as he fanned himself with the fan. When they saw him sending the aroma of the food into the barrier, they were startled for a moment before their eyes lit up. So that's how it was. Was he trying to wake up the Fengjiu in the cave with the smell of food? However, would this work? The two of them couldn't help but feel suspicious. However, in the space of a few breaths, their suspicions turned into astonishment and joy. Fengjiu was awakened by hunger. As her stomach rumbled, she lazily turned over. As she was half asleep, a faint aroma of meat drifted in. She sniffed it. It smelled so good. She thought she must be dreaming because her cave residents, or even the entire mountain, couldn't smell the aroma of food. And so, she turned over again, this time facing the outside. Smelling the aroma of meat, she fell asleep contentedly. However, as the aroma grew stronger and stronger, to the point where she could even name the food, her stomach rumbled even louder. She suddenly opened her eyes and took a deep breath. She stared blankly for a moment, then jumped up. With her hair in a mess, she threw on her clothes and rushed outside. Chapter 721. Before anyone could see him, his voice rang out from within the immortal's cave. Even as everyone outside stared in astonishment, a figure shot out like a bolt of lightning, opened the immortal's cave's enchantment, and charged toward the delicacies. Big bro, you didn't go to the ovens to steal, did you? Fengjiu looked at the delicious food in front of her in surprise. She didn't feel sleepy anymore. She only had eyes for the food in front of her. She couldn't help but reach out to pick up a thin-skinned meat bun with soup. However, before her hand could touch the meat bun, she was stopped by her brother. Big bro, what are you doing? She asked, glaring at him. Go wash up, change your clothes, and then come out to eat. With that, Guan Shilin gestured for her to look around her. In his heart, he felt both helpless and sympathetic. How badly had Xiao Jiu starved? All she could see was the food. Didn't she notice that everyone around her was staring at her? After his reminder, Fengjiu raised her eyes and looked around. She couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. The students and instructors of the various academies were all looking at her as if they had seen a ghost. She couldn't help but feel puzzled at the same time. Big bro, she said, her voice low. All I did was take a nap. How come I'm surrounded by so many people when I wake up? Don't tell me they caught you stealing something from the ovens? She leaned closer to Guan Shilin and asked in a hushed voice. When he heard this, Guan Shilin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Don't talk nonsense. Go wash up and then come out. The food won't taste good if it gets cold. As soon as the words left his mouth, Fengjiu, who had been next to him just a moment ago, responded with a grunt. Then, like a gust of wind, she rushed into the immortal's cave. Her speed left everyone speechless. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have found it hard to believe that the young man with a head of disheveled hair and a sleepy expression was the same elegant, handsome young man from before. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that they would see such a side of him? But what kind of sense of smell did he have? And how much did he love food? They had been shouting outside for so long and had blasted the enchantment so many times. They had waited for so long, but he hadn't woken up. Who would have thought that in the end, he would be awakened by the aroma of the delicious food? It really made them speechless. At this time, the dean and the vice dean's eyes fell on Guan Shilin. Once again, they felt that not only was Fengjiu not simple, but the people around him were also not simple. Guan Shilin was no pushover either. With the temptation of delicious food, Fengjiu washed up several times faster than usual. When she came out again, she was back to the elegant young man everyone saw in the past. She didn't care about the crowd. She took the chopsticks from Guan Shilin and ate a steamed pork bun and soup. She asked, "Brother, what are they doing?" Yi Jing scooped a bowl of spirit chicken ginseng soup for her and said, "Drink the soup first. Don't burn yourself." "Thank you." Fengjiu smiled at her, took a spoonful, and slowly drank it. He picked up a shrimp dumpling and said vaguely, "You guys eat too. I'm embarrassed to eat alone." Although he said that, everyone looked at the way he was eating and didn't feel that he was embarrassed at all. On the mountain top, not far away, Imochen glanced at the young man who was stuffing his face with food. He couldn't help but smile, shook his head, and turned to leave. Chapter 722. Fengjiu. The dean walked up to her and called out, "Dean, would you like to sit down and eat with us?" She raised her head to look at the dean in front of her. She was puzzled. Why would they treat her to such a feast? If her brother had brought this food back from the ovens, then there shouldn't be so many people gathered around her. Could something have happened? No need. He smiled. Then his expression turned serious. "Actually, we came here to ask you to save Director Liu. As long as you're willing to save him, we can discuss any conditions you have." Hearing this, Fengjiu paused in the middle of eating. "Director Liu?" He collapsed. As she spoke, she stuffed more food into her mouth. In her mind, she was thinking, so it's because of this. But why did they think of coming to find her? Just because she reminded them that day? Guan Shilin cut the roasted meat for her, as he said, "Yes, I heard that Instructor Liu collapsed during class. The Academy's pharmacists and doctors all went to see him. He's in a critical condition. He's been notified that he won't live for more than a few hours. Right now, he only has 4 hours left." Fengjiu drank half a bowl of chicken soup. Her eyes flashed, but she didn't say anything. She just listened. Guan Shilin told Fengjiu the gist of what had happened. In the end, he said, "I saw the dean and the others waiting outside for 4 hours, so I took the vice dean's order and went to the ovens to bring you some food." Hearing this, Fengjiu more or less understood what had happened. She put down the bowl in her hand and wiped her mouth. She looked at the dean and the vice dean. "So you two know?" She didn't say what they knew, but she knew that they understood. "Don't worry, we won't mention anything else. Even if he cured Director Liu, everyone would only know that he had medical skills. They wouldn't associate him with the ghost doctor. After all, no one would have thought that the ghost doctor would come to their academy. But even if they knew that the ghost doctor had the ability to bring the dead back to life, Director Liu's situation was also unusual. Would he be able to save him? I'll go take a look first." She stood up and said, "We have to see how the situation is before we know whether he can be saved or not. Time is limited, so let's not waste any more time." As she spoke, she took off Flying Feather from her waist and threw it into the air. She then sat on Flying Feather and headed to the teaching office. And the dean and vice dean hurriedly followed her. After they left, Yi Jing looked at Guan Shilin and asked, "Fengjiu, do you really have a way?" Little Nine said that it depends on the situation. He gave some of the roasted meat to Lao Bai, the cloud-swallowing beast, and the big black bear. As for the spirit chicken ginseng soup, he brought it into Feng Jiu's cave, intending to give it to her to nourish her body. 2. Okay. Yijing nodded and walked with him. When they arrived at the teaching office, Feng Jiu walked in under Director Lu's angry glare. She went to the bed where Director Lu was lying and carefully examined his condition. His cerebral vessels are damaged, and his brain is bleeding. It's quite serious, she said calmly as she unbuttoned his clothes and checked his liver. Chapter 723. Hearing this, Feng Jiu's eyes flickered, revealing a smile. I can save him, and saving his life shouldn't be a problem, but it's hard to say how well he'll recover. We can guarantee a cure, but we can't guarantee a good recovery. As long as he can keep his life, the rest will depend on his own luck. As the director spoke, he looked at Feng Jiu and asked, how do we save him? Do we need any spiritual medicine or something? Well, her voice trailed off as the corners of her lips curled. She looked at the director and said, if we want to save him, we'll have to clean up the blood in his brain first, so I'll have to make a hole in his head to clean up the congealed blood clots. I don't need any spiritual medicine at the moment, but I'll need 2 assistants. Director, call those 2 doctors in to help me. Hearing this, not only was the vice director stunned, even the director was stunned. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Make a hole in his head? Will this work? He had never heard of a hole in the head. The head was fragile and fatal. So how could she make a hole in it? This wasn't a joke, right? Time is limited. Have those 2 doctors change into clean clothes, wash their hands, and bring them in. Feng Jiu ignored the 2 stunned people and said to the dumbfounded teacher Lu, please have someone bring in some clean water. However, no one responded to her words, nor did anyone move. She couldn't help but frown as she looked at the director and vice director. Are we saving this person or not? If not, I'm leaving. Hearing this, the 3 people in the room suddenly came back to their senses. Before the director and vice director could speak, they heard teacher Lu ask in disbelief, make a hole in his head? Can this person still live? Hearing this, Feng Jiu raised her eyebrows. Doubting my medical skills? Since you don't believe me, why did you call me here? She had originally planned to change her clothes, but her expression turned cold as she turned to leave. Doubting a doctor's medical skills was an insult to them. It wasn't like she had to save someone. Since they didn't believe her, why should she stay? Seeing Feng Jiu turn to leave with a cold face, the director and vice director came back to their senses. Thinking of his identity as the ghost doctor, their hearts trembled as they hurriedly chased after him. Feng Jiu, we believe you. If we didn't believe you, we wouldn't have asked you to save him. The vice director blocked Feng Jiu and smiled apologetically. Teacher Lu, don't take her words to heart. It's not that we don't believe you, but we've never heard of this kind of treatment method, so we're a bit scared. That's right, Feng Jiu. Time is of the essence. Please treat Director Lu as soon as possible. The dean also spoke, apologizing for their previous hesitation and doubt. Teacher Lu means Teacher Lu. Teacher Lu said, Teachers Feng Jiu, this teacher, seeing the director and vice director like this. Teacher Lu knew she had said the wrong thing. She walked in front of Feng Jiu and bowed to him. She said apologetically, I was only worried about old Lu. I didn't mean anything else. If my words made you angry, I apologize. I'm sorry. Feng Jiu's eyes moved slightly. He didn't think that Teacher Lu would apologize so quickly. Chapter 724. Hearing this, Feng Jiu, who was still a bit angry, burst into laughter. She glanced at the vice head, who was standing in front of her, and said with a faint smile, Vice head, you're quite a fast learner. Hee, there's nothing I can do about it. Don't you like good food? There are plenty of delicacies in the ovens that you can't eat outside. The vice head laughed awkwardly. He hadn't expected that there would be a day when he'd have to use good food to keep someone here. All right then, hurry up and call him in. She turned and walked back inside. Actually, she hadn't wanted to leave the moment Director Lu apologized. Although she didn't have much contact with Director Lu, she had heard from the academy's students and teachers that he was a strict and serious person. Seeing such a serious teacher become like this, she really couldn't say that she would stand by and do nothing. What's more, Director Lu had apologized to her. She had no reason to throw away her responsibility and leave. When they saw Fengjiu return, they were delighted. They hurriedly called over 2 doctors and gave them instructions. Only then did they have them change into new clothes and go in to assist Fengjiu. At that moment, Guan Shilin and Yi Jing also arrived outside. However, they weren't allowed to approach the teaching area. In the teaching office, Feng Jiayu changed her clothes and washed her hands. She took out some tools from her space and looked at the 2 doctors. She asked, "Did the dean tell the 2 of you? Listen to my commands and don't let out any screams that might disturb me. At the same time, don't tell anyone what you've seen here." "Yes, we understand. The dean already told us." The 2 doctors nodded in agreement. Inwardly, they were doubtful. Did the students of the pill department really have the medical skills to save Director Liu? "Let them see if my brother is outside. Tell him to change his clothes and wash his hands before coming in." Hearing this, one of the doctors walked out and gave the order. Not long after, Guan Shilin walked in. "Xiao Jiu, do you need my help with anything?" Guan Shilin asked. He walked to the bedside and glanced at Director Liu, then at Fengjiu. Fengjiu looked up at him and smiled. "Brother, you have a heavy responsibility. Remember to wipe my sweat when I perform the surgery. Don't let it drip down." "No problem," Guan Shilin said with a smile. The door to the teaching area was closed, hiding everything inside. The people outside only knew that the student named Fengjiu was treating Director Liu, but didn't know how. The dean and the vice head who stood outside looked at each other, worried and nervous. They'd long, of course. Doctor, of course, but they had never seen his medical skills for themselves, of course. No doctor could guarantee, of course. How? Director Liu. They could only wait for the results of the treatment. Does Feng Nine really have medical skills? Why would the dean and the others believe him? That's right. He's a student of the Pill Institute, just like us. How could he dare to treat someone who couldn't be cured by the Pill Institute's pharmacists and doctors? I think the dean and the others are just trying to make a last resort. The vice head went to the black market and didn't find the ghost doctor's whereabouts, so he could only let Fengjiu try. That kid is bold. Isn't he afraid that Director Liu will die in his hands? Outside the teaching area, the people waiting were discussing while paying attention to the movements inside. However, 2 hours passed, and there was still no movement. 4 hours passed, and there was still no movement. Chapter 725. The moment the door opened, the dean, the vice academy head, and Director Liu quickly turned around to see Fengjiu and Guan Shilin, dressed in green, walking out together. Their expressions were indifferent, and there was nothing special about them. However, when they saw the 2 doctors, their hearts couldn't help but sink. Could it be that he still couldn't be saved? 8 hours. According to what Emo-chan said, Director Liu should have been dead for 4 hours. Dean, Vice Academy head, Director Liu is inside. I've already instructed the 2 doctors to take care of him. You can handle the rest as you see fit. There shouldn't be anything else for me to do here, so I'll head back first. Fengjiu said and walked out with Guan Shilin. When the 3 heard Fengjiu's words, their hearts thumped. Was Director Liu really dead? Did he want them to take care of his funeral? Thinking of this, they hurriedly walked inside. When they were outside, Fengjiu said to Guan Shilin and Yi Jing, "I can't take it anymore. I didn't get enough sleep this morning, and now I've been working for 8 hours. I have to go back and make up for it." "Okay, then go back and rest quickly. I won't disturb you today. I'll find you tomorrow afternoon." Guan Shilin smiled and gestured for her to go back quickly. "Okay, then I'll go first." As she spoke, she looked at Yi Jing, who looked like she wanted to say something but was hesitating. She smiled and said, "Don't worry, Director Liu is fine. The operation was very successful. I've already instructed the 2 doctors to take care of the rest. He should wake up in 2 days. If he recovers well, he should be able to get out of bed and walk around in half a month." Hearing this, Yi Jing's tensed heart finally relaxed. She looked at Fengjiu, took her hand, and said gratefully, "Thank you, Fengjiu. No need to thank me." She waved her hand and smiled. Then, she sat on a flying feather and headed toward her immortal's cave. She sighed softly in her heart. "I feel that cultivating in this academy is really too busy. There are so many things that I can't even get a good night's sleep. If I'm not careful, I'm afraid that even my immortal's cave might be blown up. At the same time, when Santian, who had entered to check on the situation, saw the pale faces and trembling lips of the two doctors, he could not help but stop in his tracks. "How is Director Liu?" the president asked, his gaze falling on the two doctors. When the two doctors saw them, they could not help but exhale softly. They calmed themselves down and said, "Don't worry, Director Liu is fine." "I'm fine. Are you really all right?" The vice president raised his voice slightly and pointed at the person lying on the bed behind them in disbelief. Is there a hole in his head? Are you all right?" Hearing the deputy hospital director mention this, the two doctors' faces paled even more, but they still nodded. "Yes, Fengjiu said that he's fine. His life is saved, and he'll wake up in 2 days. If he recovers well, he'll be able to get out of bed in half a month." Director Liu was fine, but something had almost happened to the two of them. They had never seen anyone who dared open a hole in someone's head. When they'd seen that scene, their legs had gone weak. Director Liu's life was saved, but the two of them had been holding on from the beginning to the end. They had not fainted from fright. Even though they did not want to admit it, they had to admit that this student called Fengjiu's medical skills were really good. While they were terrified, they were also shocked and shaken. They knew very well that this was a medical technique that they had never seen before. It was a medical technique that was unknown to the world, a medical technique that was controlled by someone else. They even had a trace of doubt in their hearts. Chapter 726. News of Director Liu's survival quickly spread. Everyone in the academy knew that it was Fengjiu who had saved him. However, no one expected that the mediocre Fengjiu would have medical skills that surpassed those of the academy's two doctors. The students were curious as to how he had treated Director Liu. However, no matter how much they asked, they couldn't find out anything. They only knew that Director Liu's life was saved. Aside from the two doctors, only the dean, the vice dean, and Director Liu were allowed to visit Director Liu. Thus, even the other instructors didn't know what was going on inside. Unlike here, Fengjiu slept all the way until noon the next day. The ovens sent someone to deliver food to her. She, Guanxilin, and Yi Jing ate at a new stone table under a tree. After clearing away the food on the table, they placed tea on the table and chatted. It wasn't until the dean and vice dean arrived that Yi Jing and Guanxilin left. "Dean, vice dean, why are you here? Don't tell me something happened?" Seeing the two of them, she instinctively felt that something troublesome had happened. Seeing this, the two of them couldn't help but smile. "Today, we're here to talk to you." They sat down and looked at the youth in front of them. "What do you want to talk about?" She poured them a cup of tea. "Forgive me for being blunt, but with your reputation as the ghost doctor, why would you come to Star Cloud?" the dean asked directly. "Of course I'm here to learn alchemy," she said matter-of-factly, then shook her head. "I just didn't expect that Star Cloud's alchemy department would have only one student. I still have to earn contribution points, and the instructor's alchemy skills don't seem very high either. To be honest, I'm a little disappointed." Hearing this, the two of them paused for a moment, then smiled. It's not that the alchemy department doesn't have any high-level instructors. It's just that there haven't been any students participating in the alchemy assembly for several years now, so some of the high-level alchemists have been poached away by other schools. Now, in addition to the two alchemists, there's also a pill ancestor. However, the pill ancestor's status is extraordinary, so he usually doesn't appear to teach students. The students are all taught by the two alchemists. "Grandmaster of Alchemy." Her eyes flickered and she asked, "Is that the man in white who looks like an immortal?" She had only seen that guy concocting pills, and it was not a low-grade pill. She guessed that he should be a teacher. Perhaps he was the alchemy grandmaster that the two of them were talking about. White-robed banished immortal. The dean and the vice dean looked at each other, slightly startled. They smiled and shook their heads. "No, the person you're talking about should be young Master Mo-chun. He's our guest, not an alchemist of the academy. However, his alchemy skills are indeed very outstanding. Even in a first-class country, there are very few people like him." Speaking up to this point, the dean smiled and said, "Today, besides thanking you, I also want to ask what kind of remuneration you need. As long as the academy has it, we can accept it." Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled and raised his eyebrows. "Didn't I already pay you? Just give me 3 meals a day in Star Cloud." Hearing this, The two of them were slightly stunned. How can that be? How about this? Before they could finish speaking, he waved his hand and interrupted them. If I say it's okay, then it's okay. However, my identity as the ghost doctor, you have to keep it a secret. Just don't tell anyone about it. I don't want people coming to me every 2 to 3 days to ask for medicine. Chapter 7:27. Don't worry, we know. The two smiled as they spoke, their hearts filled with emotion. Although he saved people based on his mood, they couldn't help but admire him for being able to disregard former enmity and save Director Liu's life without asking for a reward. In the end, although the two didn't mention the matter of reward, they kept it in mind and did their best to help him in other aspects. After chatting for a while, the two got up and said their goodbyes. Before leaving, the vice dean seemed to recall something and turn around. Fengjiu, I heard that Ouyang Xiu issued a challenge to you. Yes, that seems to be the case. She nodded. When the dean and vice dean heard this, their mouths couldn't help but twitch. From his words, it was clear that he didn't take the matter to heart. However, even if he didn't take it to heart, that didn't necessarily mean that Ouyang Xiu didn't take it to heart. He was probably preparing to meet him on the storm platform in 3 days. Well, that's that then. If there's any trouble you can't solve, come find us. With that, the two stepped onto their flying swords and left. After they left, Fengjiu looked at the token that the dean had given her. It was said that with this thing, she could enter and leave the academy at will. Moreover, with this token in hand, there were many conveniences. I really made a killing, she thought. Not only did I save Director Liu, but the ovens will be able to cook for her, and I even got this thing. It really was a good deal. Smiling, she put the command medallion away and returned to her immortal's cave to work on her cultivation. She didn't put the matter of the challenge in her heart. However, on Ouyang Xiu's side, 3 days had passed. He was wearing a white academy uniform and had been waiting on the storm platform since early in the morning. The platform was filled with students from his spiritual academy and the Xin Academy, all of them filled with anticipation. Although they didn't think that Fengjiu would dare to fight, they still hoped that he would. This way, they would be able to see him being taught a lesson by Ouyang Xiu. However, as time passed, more and more students gathered, waiting to see the challenge. Ouyang Xiu was still standing on the platform, but the green-robed youth was nowhere to be seen. Fengjiu won't not come, right? That's possible. That brat looks like a coward. He has heard of how powerful Senior Ouyang is. How would he dare to accept the challenge? That's true. He probably doesn't dare to accept the challenge and is hiding. What a pity. I was hoping to see him being taught a lesson by Ouyang Senior. Hearing everyone's discussion, a student lowered his voice and said, "Let's just talk about it here. Don't let the mentors hear it. Otherwise, you'll be severely punished." Why? Don't tell me you're not allowed to speak. The other person disagreed. Haven't you heard? Director Liu woke up this morning, and now the mentors are convinced of Fengjiu's medical skills. They're all protecting him. If they hear us saying that we hope Fengjiu will be fixed, do you think they won't fix us? Is Director Liu really awake? Yes, she's awake. This morning, the director and the deputy director went over to take a look. I didn't expect this. That brat really does have some skills. Isn't that so? It said that the 2 doctors from the academy were only his assistants that day. TSK, how big of a face is that? Even my family can invite the doctors from the academy, but they actually went to assist that brat. Chapter 7:28. Don't tell me he went to Fengjiu's place to look for trouble. TSK, if that brat is hiding in his cave, even Senior Ouyang won't be able to do anything. His barrier is very strong. It said that if he sees that brat sleeping, he can set up a soundproof barrier. No matter how noisy he is outside, he won't be disturbed inside. Let's go and take a look. As the students spoke, they followed behind them and headed towards Fengjiu's cave. Guan Shilin, who had heard the news, did not pay attention to it. It would be useless even if that Ouyang Xiu went. Xiao Jiu had no intention of competing with him. Moreover, he was only in the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage. He was no match for Xiao Jiu. The news that Ouyang Xiu went to Fengjiu's cave spread quickly. The mentors, the dean, and the vice headmaster also heard the news, but they did not pay attention to it. They felt that it was better for the young people to settle this matter themselves. As everyone expected, when Ouyang Xiao arrived at Fengjiu's cave, he did not see anyone at all. The three beasts guarding outside the cave only glanced at him, then found a place to hang around. Ouyang Xiao did not leave when he did not see anyone from Fengjiu. Instead, he sat down cross-legged outside the cave and closed his eyes to rest. He planned to guard here until he came out. When Yijing heard the news, she saw him sitting cross-legged outside the cave. Seeing that he had no intention of leaving, she hesitated for a moment, then went forward and called out, "Senior Ouyang." The whole school knew that he liked her, but she did not have that kind of feeling towards him. Like the other students, she also thought that he challenged Fengjiu because of her. She had already told him that she had no feelings for him. He also said that he knew what to do in the future. So why did he still challenge Fengjiu? Ouyang Xiao opened his eyes and looked at Yijing. Before she could speak, he said, "I challenge him not because of you." Hearing this, Yijing sighed in relief and said softly, "She won't accept the challenge." To her, accepting a challenge is troublesome. She hates trouble. "You seem to know him very well." He looked at her and asked, "Do you like him?" Hearing this, Yijing smiled. "She's my friend. Then you should persuade him to come out and fight me. Otherwise, I won't leave." He spoke in a low voice, his gaze landing on the cave abode in front of him. When he first met the youth, he only wanted to see what kind of person this Fengjiu was. However, when he saw him, he had the urge to fight him. His intuition told him that he was definitely not an ordinary student. Yijing shook her head. "I can't do that. If you want to wait here, then wait. But in the end, you're just wasting your time here." With that, she glanced at the cave and left. Seeing this, Ouyang Xiao closed his eyes and ignored him. Instead, he sat cross-legged and meditated. Some of the students who had followed them saw this and left one after another. It seemed that Ouyang Xiao was planning to stay in front of the cave abode. However, it seemed that Fengjiu would not come out either. These two people had the time to waste here, but they did not. In the evening, when it was time for dinner, the boundary opened. Fengjiu, dressed in green, walked out, stretching. When he saw the figure sitting in front of the cave abode, he was shocked. Chapter 729. Ouyang Xiao looked at the green-clothed youth and said with a dark expression, "Did you forget that I challenged you?" Hearing this, Fengjiu grinned. "I didn't forget, but I didn't accept it either." Hearing this, he stood up and stared at the green-clothed youth with a sharp gaze. "You're not weak, so why didn't you accept my challenge?" "If I didn't accept it, then I didn't accept it. Why do you have to ask so many questions?" She rolled her eyes and walked past him to sit at the stone table under the tree. She gently tapped her hands on the table and looked in the direction of the food delivery. Seeing this, Ouyang Xiao's spiritual energy surged, intending to force him to make a move. However, just as his spiritual energy surged, before he could get close to the green-clothed youth sitting under the tree, he heard him call out casually, "Xiaohei." As soon as the lazy voice fell, the big black bear that was originally squatting in a daze suddenly stood up and pounced at him. The ferocity of his momentum made him almost unable to dodge. He lifted his sleeve and looked at the scratches made by the bear's claws. His sharp gaze moved, and in the next moment, he attacked the big black bear. Under the tree, Fengjiu turned his head and rested his chin on his hand as he watched the battle between the man and the bear. He saw that Ouyang Xiao's movements were nimble and his attacks were fierce. Although he was fighting barehanded, the spiritual energy surging in his hands was like a sharp sword. It was so sharp that it made whooshing sounds in the air. "Roar!" Xiaohei roared and released the pressure of a holy beast, causing him to retreat a few steps. Ouyang Xiao's face darkened. Even though he was a foundation establishment stage cultivator, he could only barely fight back against a holy beast. Under the pressure of a holy beast, his body stiffened and his speed slowed down. Xiaohei had Fengjiu's instructions and would not really hurt him. Therefore, he was just teasing him. Under the tree, when Fengjiu saw the person who came to deliver food not far away, her eyes lit up. Her figure flashed and rushed toward the person. After taking the 3-layer lunchbox from his hand, she directly returned to the cave residence and closed the enchantment. Seeing this, Ouyang Xiu was furious. Fengjiu, come out. This was the first time he had ever seen someone avoid a challenge and let his pet beast do it. Unfortunately, his pet beast wasn't just any ordinary pet beast. It was a holy beast equivalent to a golden core cultivator. How could a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator like him possibly defeat it? Lao Bai had a piece of cloth tied around its mouth. Fengjiu had specially tied it around its mouth to prevent it from speaking. At this moment, it was looking at Ouyang Xiu, who was in a sorry state after the battle with Xiao He, and it let out a muffled cry. Ouyang Xiu didn't understand. If he did, he would know that it was saying, "You can't even defeat Little Black, yet you want to fight with its master?" He was simply asking for a beating. In the end, Ouyang Xiu was driven away by Blackie and left angrily. When he first met Fengjiu, he just wanted to see what kind of person this young man was. But after seeing this young man, he had the urge to fight him. After waiting for half a day on the storm platform and seeing no one, he went to the cave to stop him. Who knew that he would send a big black bear to trick him? Not only did this not extinguish his desire to fight, but also made him even more eager to fight him. It didn't matter if he didn't have a chance today. He would definitely find a chance to compete with him. Chapter 730. The purple-robed man stopped at the side gate of the spiritual academy, turned around, and said to the group of escorts, "You can go back now." "Yes," the group of escorts replied. They watched as the purple-robed man took out his identity token and entered the academy before turning around and leaving. Although the sky was gradually turning dark, there were still quite a few students walking about within the spiritual academy, chatting in groups of 3 to 5. When they saw the figure that had appeared within the spiritual academy, the students that were originally sitting on the grass immediately stood up and respectfully gave a bow towards him. "Greetings, Senior Nya." "Senior Nya, you're back." "Senior Nya, it's great that you're back." The students all gathered around. Even though they were all students of the spiritual academy, when they saw this person, they couldn't help but show a respectful and flattering expression. This was because not only was he a heaven-ranked student of their spiritual academy, he was also the number one of the 10 heavenly prides, Niet Tung. Other than being the number one in the School of Stars and Clouds, he was also the crown prince of the Green Tongue Kingdom, a student that was highly regarded by the dean and the rest. The dean once said that among the students of the School of Stars and Clouds, Niet Tung had the highest chance of entering the Golden Core stage within 50 years. Because of this, he had a large number of supporters in the academy. Regardless of whether it was the Spiritual Academy or the Shin Academy, there were students who secretly supported him. Although the academy had already started for some time, it was said that he was entangled with some matters and couldn't return to the academy for a while, which was why he delayed his return. Now that everyone saw him return, they were all filled with joy. They all told him about the things that happened in the academy during his absence. Senior Nya, Fengjiu has only been in the academy for a few months, but he has become a famous figure in the academy. When his name is mentioned, everyone knows who he is. Niet Tung, who was surrounded by the crowd, had a cold and indifferent expression. He was originally quietly listening to the people around him talk about the recent events. However, when he heard that name, his heart trembled and he suddenly stopped in his tracks. His sharp gaze instantly turned towards the student who spoke. "Who are you talking about? Fengjiu?" "Yes, it's Fengjiu. That brat is a new student of the alchemy department this year, but he has attracted the attention of the instructors and deans of the various departments." "That's right. His fame has almost surpassed the top 10 prodigies of the academy. Senior Ouyang challenged him 3 days ago and asked him to fight on the storm platform. Who knew that he would hide like a coward in his cave, not daring to come out? That kid knows that he is no match for Senior Ouyang. Of course, he doesn't dare to accept the challenge. If he knew that the number 1 prodigy of our academy, Senior Nya, had returned, he would definitely be so scared that he would hide in that cave and not dare to come out." "Ah, that's right." Nieting could no longer hear what the students around him were saying. There was a loud bang in his head, and only one message echoed in his head. "Fengjiu, that woman was actually in the School of Stars and Clouds. Moreover, a woman disguised as a man to sneak in? Was it really her, or was it just the same name?" At this moment, his heart, which had been calm for a long time, rose and fell again because of her news. Anticipation, excitement, joy, and uncontrollable joy filled his heart. Chapter 731. The next morning, Nia Tung, who had changed into his uniform, arrived at the peak of the alchemy department under the guidance of a student. He did not approach and only looked from afar. The morning air in the mountain forest was fragrant. The leaves swayed gently in the wind, and the birds on the branches jumped happily, chirping. The cave was quiet, and there was no movement at all. Under the big tree in front of the cave, a big black bear was squatting, and a strange old horse was lying on the grass, wagging its tail. Seeing the familiar white horse, his eyes narrowed, and his heart skipped a beat. It really was her. Even if he did not see her, her steed, Lao Bai, was there. She must be here as well. He thought that he would never see her again, but unexpectedly, they were in the same academy, and he was a student of the same academy. At this moment, his silent heart seemed to come alive and began to beat again. He did not stay for long, and only turned to leave after confirming. Not long after he left, Fengjiu, who was in the cave, took off her green clothes and changed into a red robe. After instructing the 3 beasts to guard the cave, she went to the Xian Academy and the Spiritual Academy, planning to ask her brother and Yi Jing to go out with her. However, when she arrived at the Xian Academy, she was told that her brother had gone to spar with some students of the Xian Academy. Thus, she went to Yi Jing's courtyard. "Fengjiu, why are you here?" Yi Jing was surprised to see her. She winked at her and said, "I came to ask if you want to go with me to the city." As she spoke, she tossed the token in her hand. Yi Jing was surprised. "You actually got the dean's token?" "The dean gave it to me. Do you want to go?" "Yes, of course." She smiled and said, "Wait for me. I'll go in and change." As she spoke, she quickly went in. 2 hours later, the two of them arrived at Star Cloud City. Their outstanding appearance and elegant temperament attracted the attention of many passers-by. Even though the city was filled with heroes, their appearance and temperament still made them look like cranes in a flock of chickens. They were very dazzling. "Let's find a place to eat first, then go shopping," Fengjiu said. The first thing she thought of was not anything else but delicious food. "I'm more familiar with the city. I'll take you to one. They make the most authentic dishes here," Yi Jing said as she led her through the main street and into another alley. As they passed through the alley, a tall and thin middle-aged man walked towards them. He was dressed in brocade clothes. As he walked, he looked at the small stall on the ground of the alley. When he saw the 2 people in front of him, his eyes lit up. His gaze fell on the gentle and moving Yi Jing in a light blue dress. Although it was an alley, it wasn't small. Other than the stalls on both sides, there were still about 3 people walking side by side in the middle. Yi Jing and Fengjiu chatted as they walked. Fengjiu's gaze was focused on the small stalls on the ground. Other than some trinkets, there were also some medicinal herbs. Although Yi Jing was looking ahead, she also noticed the tall and thin middle-aged man's gaze. However, she didn't care. As they walked past each other, she had already taken a step towards Fengjiu to avoid the middle-aged man. However, the 2 people who shouldn't have bumped into each other were accidentally bumped into by the middle-aged man when they brushed past each other. Chapter 732. What's wrong? Fengjiu turned around to look at her and saw her glaring angrily at the tall and thin man who was walking away. His gaze fell on the man and sized him up. "Nothing, let's go." She suppressed the anger in her heart and retracted her gaze. Fengjiu raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't notice and didn't know what happened. However, seeing that she didn't say anything, he felt that it shouldn't be a big matter and didn't ask any further. However, when the 2 of them walked back after eating, intending to check out the elixir shop, they bumped into the tall and thin middle-aged man from before on the main street. At a stall on the main street, a fat woman in her 30s wearing a flowery dress was pointing at the vendor and cursing angrily with one hand on her waist. There were many onlookers surrounding her, and the tall and thin middle-aged man was squeezing around the woman by the side, seemingly unintentionally raising his hand to rub against the woman's chest. Seeing this, her eyes turned cold. She immediately recalled that when they brushed past each other in the alley earlier, this middle-aged man must have used the same trick to take advantage of Yi Jing. Sure enough, she glanced at Yi Jing beside her and saw that her expression had turned cold. People like this should be taught a lesson every time we meet. I didn't know earlier, but if I did, I definitely wouldn't let him out of that alley. Feng Jiu said as his gaze fell on the tall and thin middle-aged man. I avoided it, but I'm still a little angry. Her appearance was not bad, but because of her good background and her own cultivation, most people wouldn't dare to take advantage of her, and she had never met such an old, wretched man. In her opinion, people of this age wouldn't do such a shameless thing. However, it was obvious that she had never met such a person before. It didn't mean that such a person didn't exist. Look at me. Feng Jiu smiled at her and stepped into the lively crowd in front of her. She also squeezed in and came to the side of the tall and thin middle-aged man. Seeing that he was pretending to lean forward to watch the fun, but secretly using his hand to rub the woman next to him, she couldn't help curling her lips. She stretched out her hand and directly pinched the fat woman's buttocks who was cursing with her hands on her waist. Then, she quietly took a step back. The expression of the fat woman, who was cursing loudly, froze. Her face, which was already filled with anger, became even more furious. When she suddenly turned around, she just happened to see the tall and thin man behind her glancing at a woman beside him from the corner of his eyes. He raised his elbow and seemingly inadvertently bumped into the woman's chest. Seeing this, she angrily glared at him. Her bright red lips were like a bloody mouth as she cursed. You son of a bitch! You son of a bitch! You dare to take advantage of me. I think you're tired of living. She grabbed his collar with one hand and pulled him in front of her, spitting saliva everywhere as she cursed. Is my fat arm something that just anyone can touch? You old thing, why don't you take a piss and look at your own wretched appearance? You're still squeezing and bumping into women? See if I don't teach you a lesson. As she cursed, she angrily lifted the tall and thin man into the air with both hands and prepared to slam him to the ground. The tall and thin man was shocked, and his expression changed greatly. Don't mess around, don't mess around. Chapter 733. The stunned crowd only heard a loud bang from the ground. When the fat woman landed heavily on the tall, thin man's stomach, they could faintly feel the ground shake. Pooh! The tall, thin man didn't scream because he couldn't even scream. When the fat woman landed heavily on his stomach, he only spat out white foam from his mouth. His face turned deathly pale, and he couldn't even make a sound. That's right, he was at most 90 kilograms, while the fat woman in her 30s was close to 200 kilograms. Just her weight alone was enough to make someone half dead, let alone when she landed on him so heavily. Spitting out white foam was already considered light. Not far away, Yi Jing watched with her mouth slightly agape. Her face was filled with shock and astonishment. Even when Feng Jiu came to her side, she still hadn't recovered from her shock. How is it? I don't even need to lift a finger to take care of people. Once I vent my anger, I save energy. Feng Jiu's eyes were smiling. His chin was slightly raised, and his handsome face exuded a dazzling and soaring spirit. His entire person looked so dazzling and captivating that it attracted the gazes of some of the young women around him. They couldn't look away for a long time. Xiao! The sound of a cold weapon suddenly came with a whoosh. This sound didn't stand out in the bustling street. It could even be said that the sharp sound of the airflow was almost drowned out by the clamor of the street. When Yi Jing heard Feng Jiu's words, she couldn't help but smile. Her originally low mood was lifted when she saw the tall, thin man being taught a lesson. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Feng Jiu's expression suddenly change. Without waiting for her to ask or react, he was hugged by her and instantly retreated to the right. Xiao! Bang! The sharp airflow swept past with a whoosh and landed on the main pillar of the shop, behind Feng Jiu with a bang. Seeing this scene, Yi Jing's expression changed, and she felt a lingering fear in her heart. She didn't even hear that sound, nor did she sense it. If Feng Jiu hadn't brought her away, that cold weapon would have definitely landed on Feng Jiu's body. Withdrawing the smile on her face, Feng Jiuqing, who had a cold expression on her face, had a cold glint in her eyes. She glanced at the sleeve arrow nailed to the pillar and said to Yi Jing, "They're here for me. You should return to the academy first." In her heart, she was thinking, who was it? Who did this to her? That arrow was only to test her reaction and not to take her life. She was certain that the person who shot the arrow was at least a golden core cultivator, but the arrow shot only 30% of its power. At this moment, 12 black-clothed people rushed out from the shadows. 8 of them held long swords that glinted with a cold light and overflowed with killing intent. Their sharp and cold gazes fell on the red-clothed Fengjiu one by one. As soon as they appeared, their sharp killing intent swept through the entire street. The powerful pressure instantly froze the air. The aura of death enveloped the world with the arrival of powerful cultivators, causing everyone to scream in panic and scramble to escape to a safe place to hide. 8 golden core cultivators and 4 nascent soul cultivators. What a big move. She coldly snorted, and her gaze fell on the 12 people. At the same time, she pushed the stunned Yi Jing behind her. "Let's go," she shouted in a low voice. If she knew that they would be ambushed, she definitely wouldn't have brought Yi Jing out. Chapter 734. Especially when she heard that there were 8 golden core cultivators and 4 nascent soul cultivators, she was even more terrified. Under this kind of battle strength, under this kind of ambush, how could she have a chance of survival? In her family, only the ancestor of her family had a nascent soul cultivation. But now, there were 4 nascent soul cultivators and 8 golden core cultivators all at once. The shock of this kind of expert's arrival, this kind of murderous aura and pressure, made her unable to move her legs, let alone leave. She was only a 3rd-stage Great Spirit Master cultivator, not even a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Under this kind of pressure, it was already considered good that the bloodline aura in her body did not go berserk. "Fengjiu, I can't leave." She resisted the pressure and spat out these words with difficulty. At this moment, she deeply understood that it was stupid to say anything about fighting side by side with Fengjiu. She could only hurry back to the academy to ask for help. Perhaps only then would she be able to save Fengjiu's life. Hearing this, Fengjiu glanced back and saw her pale face, blood seeping out of the corner of her mouth, and cold sweat rolling down her forehead. He immediately gathered spiritual energy in his palm and reached out to support her, sending her dozens of meters away. Yi Jing looked at him deeply and did not say anything. She quickly gathered her energy and left, flying back to the academy. The 12 people did not care about Yi Jing's departure. Perhaps they felt that she was not worth their attention, or perhaps they felt that even if she brought reinforcements, they would not be a match for them. Their mission, in their eyes, was only this person called Fengjiu. "Are you going to obediently come with us? Or do you want us to take action?" One of the 4 nascent soul cultivators in the lead spoke in a deep voice, his sharp and cold gaze fixed on the red-clothed youth. "Who sent you here?" she asked, quickly calculating her chances of survival. Also, who had sent these people? There were 8 golden core cultivators and 4 nascent soul cultivators among the people sent here. It was obvious that they had assessed her strength. If they were only golden core cultivators, it would be fine. However, the 4 nascent soul cultivators were the worst. Although she was confident, she was not arrogant. With her strength, it was impossible for her to deal with these people in front of her. Furthermore, even if Yi Jing were to return to the academy and ask for help, the headmaster and the vice-headmaster would not be a match for these people. Damn it, she had never provoked such a powerful force before. However, as soon as this thought appeared in his mind, he was suddenly startled. His eyes were filled with astonishment and understanding. "You are from the 8 great empires." It wasn't a question, but a confirmation. Only a force like the 8 great empires could casually bring out 8 Jindan stage cultivators and 4 Yuanying stage cultivators. And they said that they would go with them? Could it be that Xin Yuan Mo's had encountered something troublesome? Was that why these people were thinking about her? Only the people from the 8 great empires would dare to act so arrogantly in broad daylight. They were not afraid of alerting the governor of Star Cloud City or the headmaster of the academy. They were arrogant, conceited, and condescending. They did not place anyone in their eyes at all. When they heard Fengjiu mention the 8 great empires, the eyes of the 4 nascent soul cultivators in the lead moved slightly. They raised their hands, and the 8 golden core cultivators behind them turned their sharp swords. The long swords glinted with a cold light and carried a sharp air current as they attacked the red figure in front of them. Chapter 735. With such a huge disparity in strength, forcing herself to fight would only lead to her own death. She would not lose her life because of her impulsiveness. Although she seemed to be fleeing in a panic, she was actually fleeing in the direction of a dense forest in the east of the city. Even if a battle was unavoidable in the end, she hoped that she could minimize the damage. Otherwise, once she started fighting here, even if the commoners had already hidden in their houses, they would still inevitably lose their lives under the pressure and killing intent of a nascent soul stage cultivator. Escape? Humph. You can't escape. The 4 nascent soul stage cultivators in the lead snorted coldly. That heavy snort actually formed a visible airflow like ripples that attacked the fleeing Fengjiu. The pressure of the nascent soul stage instantly filled the air and directly pressed on the fleeing figure in front of them. Whoosh! Whoosh! The fierce airflow whistled behind her, and she raised her speed to the maximum. Suddenly, she felt the airflow of the cultivators behind her was like a mountain pressing down on her. She immediately looked back and saw that the water-like pressure formed a fierce momentum that pounced on her. Immediately, she took off the flying feather at her waist and threw it into the air. She quickly jumped on it with the tip of her foot. Want to catch me? Then let's see if you can catch up with me. Her voice came out from the air and instantly went far away, leaving only a lingering sound. Just as she jumped on the flying feather, the fierce airflow attack hit the ground with a bang. Boom! With a loud bang, dust and smoke flew everywhere. At the same time, the pressure and airflow also spread out. The powerful impact made a big hole in the ground and gravel flew everywhere. Some of the people hiding in the shops were so shocked that their faces turned pale. The 12 people flicked their sleeves and brushed away the dust in front of them. Looking at the red figure that was fleeing quickly, they immediately jumped on the flying sword and chased after her. Seeing those people leave, the people who were hiding came out one after another. Looking at the big hole in the street that was bombed, they swallowed their saliva and were shocked. The movement on the street was very big, and the news spread quickly. Especially here in the east of the city, the people of the black market got the news immediately. After receiving the news, the president of the black market immediately summoned the cultivators above the gold core stage and 2 nascent soul stage elders in the black market. Looking at the 8 people sitting in the meeting hall, President Gong's expression was solemn. I've just received news that 8 golden core cultivators and 4 nascent soul cultivators have attacked a young man in red on the eastern main street. According to the description of the people, this young man in red is very likely to be the ghost doctor who holds a first-class black token in our black market. The people said that they went to the dense forest in the east. I plan to bring people to help. Who is willing to go with me? Hearing this, the people sitting below were stunned and shocked. 8 multi-core cultivators and 4 Yuanying stage powerhouses, chasing after the ghost doctor? Who among them was willing to go and save him? Their branch only had 6 golden core adepts and 2 nascent soul stage elders. Altogether, there were only 8 people. Even if the president was included, there were less than 10 people. How could they fight against 8 golden core adepts and 4 nascent soul stage masters? What's more, they only said that there were 4 nascent soul cultivators, but they didn't know what level of nascent soul cultivators they were at. If they were to suddenly rush over and fail to save them and get killed instead, then, thinking of this, everyone hesitated. Chapter 736. Hearing this, President Gong's face darkened as he stood up. Saving a life is like saving a life. How can we delay it? If you don't want to go, I won't force you. After all, this is a matter of life and death. As he spoke, he walked out. However, just as he took 2 steps, an old man stood up. President, I'll go with you. An inconspicuous old man in gray robes was one of the 2 nascent soul stage elders of the black market. He was also the one who noticed Fengjiu when he came to the black market and told the president about Fengjiu. His surname was Gong, and he was President Gong's uncle. His strength was at the second level of the nascent soul stage. President, I'll go too. A golden core stage cultivator stood up and said. Hearing this, President Gong turned to look at the two of them and nodded. Let's go. With that, he went to the east side of the forest with the two of them. The remaining people in the meeting hall were silent and did not move. Human nature was selfish. Who would be foolish enough to send themselves to their deaths when they knew that they would most likely encounter danger? It was not easy to cultivate to their level. They cherished their lives and were unwilling to give it away. At the same time, the 12 people chased into the forest. Looking at the empty forest, the 4 nascent soul stage cultivators in the lead narrowed their eyes and shouted in a gloomy voice, "Find." Yes. The 8 golden core stage cultivators responded and immediately rushed into the forest. Each of them looked for a place, intending to find that person in the shortest time possible. One of the nascent soul stage cultivators glanced at the quiet forest and then closed his eyes. He released his divine sense to search for Fengjiu's aura. After a while, he opened his eyes and his expression darkened. How is it? Someone next to him asked. There's no aura at all, the nascent soul stage cultivator said. His voice was wooden, without any ups and downs, without any emotions. It was like a withered corpse, cold and chilling. Then find. She can't escape, another person said. As soon as his voice fell, he had already rushed into the forest. Seeing this, the other 3 also walked in 3 different directions. There is a nascent soul cultivator searching in each of the 4 cardinal directions. Among them, there were 8 Aurus core cultivators searching in the 8 cardinal directions. With such a tight encirclement, even if Fengjiu were to hide in any corner of the forest, he would not be able to escape their search. Fengjiu didn't plan to keep hiding either. She couldn't do it alone against 12 experts, but if they were separated, she could assassinate them by herself. She had escaped to this forest because she thought that this forest could be used as a cover for her. Since these people had found her, then she had to leave no one alive. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble in the future. She took out the phoenix dagger that Xianyuan Mo's had given her and held it in a reverse grip. Using the trees as cover, she looked for her target like a cheetah. When she saw a golden core stage cultivator coming in her direction, she restrained her aura as if her whole person had merged with nature. That golden core stage cultivator's strength was above the peak. At this time, he gradually approached Fengjiu's location, but he didn't sense any dangerous aura. He also didn't know that there was a red figure hiding in the tree. Chapter 737. Blood instantly gushed out from his throat. The golden core cultivator's eyes widened as he stamped his feet. His body stiffened and his head tilted to the side as he breathed his last. Just like that, a golden core cultivator's neck was slit by her silently, not even making a sound. She quickly took off his spatial ring and sprinkled some medicinal powder on the corpse. Taking advantage of the fact that the smell of blood had yet to be blown away by the wind, she quickly retreated and once again hid in the dense forest. Another golden core cultivator who was searching the area soon followed the smell of blood and rushed over. He squatted down to check on his companion who had been killed and saw that there was only a fatal wound on his neck. The spatial ring on his hand had also been taken. In an instant, the nascent soul cultivator that was searching this area came over. Looking at the corpse on the ground, he narrowed his eyes and asked with a gloomy voice, "How did he die?" He was killed with a single strike. The blade was facing upwards. Fengjiu must have jumped down from the tree and took advantage of our unpreparedness to kill before the golden core cultivator could finish speaking. His expression changed and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He didn't even have time to react before falling to the ground. Seeing this, the nascent soul cultivator's eyes narrowed and he took a step back. He tightly clenched his fists under his sleeves. What of Fengjiu? They hadn't even seen her, and they had already lost 2 golden core cultivators. It was no wonder that the higher-ups had sent 4 nascent soul cultivators. That's right, if they were ordinary, how could they have caught her eye? Thinking of this, he sank his chi into his dantian and spoke with a sinister voice mixed with spiritual power. 2 golden core cultivators have died. Increase your vigilance. Don't move alone in groups of 2. Be careful of her poison. His voice spread out like ripples in the air. The pressure of a powerhouse and the aura of a powerhouse clearly spread out and echoed in the forest. It reminded the others in the forest and made them increase their vigilance. However, even with the nascent soul cultivator's warning, some golden core cultivators still didn't believe it. After all, Fengjiu was only a great spirit master cultivator. How could she kill golden core cultivators? From their point of view, the 2 golden core cultivators had underestimated the enemy and allowed Fengjiu to take advantage of the situation. Even though they didn't believe it, they still gathered together in the same area. 2 golden core cultivators formed a small group and began to search. In the forest, Fengjiu, who had also heard the nascent soul cultivator's words, locked onto a lone golden core cultivator. What I want is your lives. She put away the dagger in her hand, and the azure-edged sword, which hadn't seen blood for a long time, appeared in her hand. As soon as the Qing Feng sword appeared, a bloodthirsty killing intent immediately burst forth from the sword. The sword aura surging around the sword was accompanied by threads of cold green light, instantly changing the atmosphere in the air. Chapter 738. Ancient Godly Sword Qing Feng. Seeing that sword, the eyes of the 2 golden core cultivators surged with a hint of madness. A crazy desire to take it for themselves caused them to instantly raise their swords and charge forward. Taking advantage of the fact that the few nascent soul cultivators had yet to arrive, they wanted to snatch the sword from her hands. Then, the sword would be theirs. At this moment, the pressure of a gold core cultivator was completely released. Around the 2 of them, a spirit force that was close to 100 feet in length instantly rose up. The fallen leaves in the forest were swept up by this spirit force, and dust filled the air as it whistled through the air. Fengjiu did not pay attention to the people behind her. At this moment, she only wanted to kill one person first, then deal with the other. Thus, when the golden core cultivators surged towards her, the spirit chi in her body also quickly circulated. The Qing Feng sword in her hand shone with a green light, and the spirit chi of the sword swept the surrounding spirit chi into the sword. A bloodthirsty killing intent accompanied the Qing Feng sword in her hand as she fiercely slashed forward. At this moment, the Qing Feng sword seemed to have expanded several times in an instant. With one slash, it broke the treasured sword in the golden core cultivator's hand. Clang! The sound of a sword breaking rang out clearly in the air. The golden core cultivator's eyes widened in fear. As he quickly retreated, he saw the giant sword fall from the sky, chopping down on his head. His breathing became sluggish, and he only had time to let out a scream. Ah, pooh, xiao. When the Qing Feng sword fell, it cut the golden core cultivator in half. When the golden core shattered, it exploded and blood splattered all over the ground. However, Fengjiu did not stop. After the Qing Feng sword killed the golden core cultivator in front of her, she turned her hand, and the Qing Feng sword swept back towards the person behind her. Whoosh! Xiao! The huge spirit chi of the sword swept across, swallowing the spirit chi from the sharp sword in his hand. When the 2 spirit chi collided, the weak was swallowed, and the strong survived. In that instant, the sword slashed across the waist, and the golden core cultivator who did not have time to react was cut in half. Xiao! There were no cries of surprise or screams of pain. There was only the upper half of the body that was sent flying dozens of meters away, with blood splattering all over the ground. After taking his spatial ring, she didn't stop and quickly fled to another place when the nearest nascent soul stage cultivator arrived and saw the bloody and cruel scene. He clenched his fists and roared to the sky. Fengjiu, come out if you have the guts. Come out. Come out. Bang, bang, banged at the same time. Yi Jing, who had rushed back to the academy to seek help, had shortened the 2-hour flight time to reach the academy to half an hour. When she reached the side entrance of the spiritual academy, her body was drenched in sweat, and she was gasping for breath. In order to buy more time, she used her spiritual power to increase the speed of the aircraft. She wanted to hurry back and give Fengjiu a chance of survival. Yi Jing, what happened to you? Director Liu happened to pass by. Seeing her exhausted spiritual power and gasping for breath, he was shocked and quickly went forward to support her. Fengjiu is in trouble. Quick, bring me to see the dean, quick. Chapter 739. Hearing this, Director Liu's expression changed drastically. He did not ask any more questions and hurriedly brought her onto the flying sword to the dean's main peak. Some of the surrounding students saw that Yi Jing's expression was strange due to her overdraft of spirit power and had been listening attentively. When they heard Yi Jing's words, they all had strange expressions. Fengjiu was in trouble? Puffed. How difficult could it be? He must have accidentally offended someone outside and was taught a lesson. Yi Jing was the only one who was making a fuss. At this moment, no one thought that Fengjiu's life was in danger when Yi Jing said that he was in trouble. Even more so, no one thought that there would be 8 golden core cultivators and 4 nascent soul cultivators who would deal with Fengjiu. They were all gloating over his misfortune and whispering something about how it would be good if someone taught him a lesson. That brat is protected by the mentors and the dean and vice dean in the academy. Now that he's out there, he'll definitely be bruised and swollen when he comes back. He deserves it. A freshman's limelight has already overshadowed us seniors. He deserves someone to teach him a lesson. Who are you talking about? A low voice suddenly sounded behind the students who were whispering. They were so shocked that they quickly turned around. When they saw that it was Nye Tong, they secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Senior Nye, it's you. You gave us a fright. One of the students patted his chest and said, Who are you talking about? Nye Ting asked again. He had just returned from Elixir Peak and did not see Fengjiu there. He was about to return to his courtyard when he heard them whispering as he passed by. Fengjiu. We're talking about that brat Fengjiu. The mentors and the dean are all protecting him. This is great. I heard that he went to the city with Yi Jing this morning with the dean's warrant. Just now, Yi Jing came back and asked for help. She said something about Fengjiu being in trouble and asked Director Liu to bring her to the dean. We think that brat offended someone outside and was taught a lesson. At most, he would be beaten up. Yi Jing is just making a fuss out of nothing. However, when the students heard their words, Nye Tong's expression changed, and he immediately flew towards the main peak on his flying sword. Senior Nye, what's wrong? He didn't look too good when he heard that Fengjiu was in trouble. Does Senior Nye know that kid? That's impossible, right? As they talked, they were puzzled, but they didn't pay much attention to it. They sat down and chatted again. Nye Tong, who was riding his sword towards the main peak, felt his heart in his throat. The people in the academy did not know who Fengjiu was, but he did. If there was no serious problem, why would she need someone to save her? However, in the Qingtung Kingdom, who would dare to make a move on the students of the College of Stars and Clouds? On the main peak, the principal and Mo-chan were playing chess. The vice principal sat by the side and watched, refilling their tea from time to time. The entire courtyard was filled with a leisurely atmosphere. Only when Director Liu's anxious voice could be heard from outside did the tranquility of the courtyard break. Dean, this is bad. Something has happened. Something big has happened. Director Liu brought Yi Jing in hurriedly. Without bothering to bow, he pushed Yi Jing to the front of the principal and said anxiously, Dean, Yi Jing said that Fengjiu is being hunted outside. The people who are after Fengjiu are not ordinary people. She said that there are 8 golden core adepts and 4 nascent soul adepts. Dean, what do we do? What do we do now? What? Chapter 740. Yes, those people appeared on the street. Their auras were very powerful. If it wasn't for Fengjiu lending me a hand, I wouldn't have been able to escape and ask for help. Dean, Vice Dean, please save Fengjiu. If you don't save her, she definitely won't be able to live with that kind of combat strength and that kind of powerhouse. How could she, a cultivator at the Great Spirit Master level, survive? Hearing this, the Dean and Vice Dean's expressions became serious. And Mo-chan, who was holding a chess piece in his hand, also had a trace of surprise in his eyes. 8 golden core cultivators and 4 nascent soul powerhouses. How could he have provoked such people? At this moment, The dean ordered in a deep voice, "Director Liu, immediately ring the main Peaks bell and summon the teachers of the Spiritual Academy and the Profound Academy. Come with us to save her." "Yes." Director Liu responded and quickly went outside to ring the main Peaks bell. The sound of the bell echoed from the main peak and echoed between the various academies. When the teachers of the various academies heard the sound of the bell, they were all startled. They quickly put down what they were doing and rushed to the main peak. At the same time, the dean looked at the vice dean and ordered old Guan immediately go outside and gather the teachers with golden core and martial saint cultivation. "Yes." The vice dean also responded and quickly went out. Seeing this, Yi Jing quickly followed. She also wanted to go with them to save Fengjiu. At this moment, the dean looked at Mo Chan and said, "I didn't expect something like this to happen. Fengjiu is a student of the academy. Now that she's being chased by powerhouses, we must go and save her." After saying this, he cupped his hands and quickly rushed outside. When Yet Tung, who was rushing to the main peak, heard the sound of the bell, his heart sank. As a student of the academy, he naturally knew what the bell meant. However, he didn't expect the situation to be so serious that the dean would ring the bell to summon everyone. Seeing the teachers of the various academies fly to the main peak on their swords, he also increased his speed. At the same time, Guan Shilin and Xiao Yihan, who heard the news, also quickly rushed to the main peak. At the same time, Lao Bai took advantage of his master's absence to wander around. He originally wanted to go to the place where the female students often gathered to play with them. However, who knew that his master was in danger? He immediately rushed back to the cave. Swallow cloud, swallow cloud. Lao Bai's mouth was tied with a cloth's mouth. Tun Yin, who was lying beneath the tree, glanced at Senior White, who was shouting as he ran back. And he asked, "What is it? Could it be that you were discovered to peep at the girls' baths at the back of the Medicine Peak?" "Woo woo woo." Lao Bai ran back and lay on the ground, pulling at the cloth in his mouth with his hooves. However, the more he pulled, the more it became a dead knot. Something, a big matter. Something. To be. I heard from those people that Master is in danger. The people of the academy rang the bell to summon many teachers to save Master. It seems to be a big problem. We have to go and help. As soon as it heard this, the cloud-devouring beast that was lying on the ground had instantly stood up, and its lazy expression had vanished to be replaced by a fierce and bloodthirsty expression. It swiftly leaped on a Senior White's back and shouted, "Leave quickly." Chapter 741. On the main peak, Guan Shilin angrily glared at Nye Tong when he saw him, but he didn't care about old grudges. Instead, he found Yi Jing and asked her about the situation. Then, when the vice dean and the others were about to leave, he wanted to go with them. "What are you going to do?" "There are 8 golden core cultivators and 4 nascent soul cultivators. We don't even know what their true cultivation is. With your strength, you're just courting death. Wait here for us to come back." As the vice dean spoke, he watched the dean fly away with a group of teachers under Yi Jing's lead. He flicked his sleeves and said to Niet Tong, Guan Shilin, and Xiao Yihan, "Go back quickly. Don't delay the rescue." As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his sleeves. Without giving them a chance to speak, he quickly caught up with the people in front of him on his sword. Niet Tong glanced at Guan Shilin, took a leap, and followed on his flying sword. Seeing that Niet Tong also followed, Guan Shilin immediately took out the 8 trigrams plate that Fengjiu gave him and threw it into the air. He also jumped on it and followed closely behind. "Wait for me." Xiao Yihan also took out his flying magic tool and followed. In the academy, the students of the various academies were all shocked. They looked at the 4 nascent soul elders of the Nebula Academy, the 18 golden core instructors of the Spiritual Academy, and the 20 martial saint instructors of the Profound Academy. They all moved out under the leadership of the dean and vice dean. They actually used all the manpower of the golden core cultivators in the academy. Even the 4 nascent soul elders have appeared. The dean and vice dean are also going together. What is going on? Who did that Fengjiu provoke? How can they use such fighting strength to go and meet the rescue? Also, why would the Academy use all their fighting strength to go and save a new student? Is this Fengjiu really just a country bumpkin from small ninth-ranked country? Look, that's young Master Imo Chun. The disciple of the Tianji Elder is also following behind. The students below pointed at the immortal-like figure following at the very back. At this moment, the shock in their hearts was indescribable. On the other side, President Gong and the other two had already arrived at the dense forest. As soon as they stepped into the dense forest, they could feel an oppressive and powerful aura. The air was filled with a bloodthirsty killing intent that made one's heart tremble. There was even a faint smell of blood permeating the air. Could the ghost doctor be dead? The Golden Core cultivator asked. He won't die so easily. President Gong said in a deep voice, her life contract beast is the ancient mythical beast, the Fire Phoenix. Even if her life is hanging by a thread, her contract beast will still come out to protect her. I'm just afraid that there will be accidents. That way, as the old man spoke, his gaze fell on a direction in front of him. The airflow in front of us fluctuates greatly, and we can faintly hear the sounds of swords clashing. They should be in the depths of the forest. Go! As the three of them spoke, they quickly rushed inside. The closer they got, the more they could feel that the airflow and pressure in the air was different from the outside. The closer they got, the more the blood and chi in their bodies churned. President Gong and the nascent Soul Elder were still fine, but the Golden Core cultivator who came with them had to forcefully stabilize the chi in his body to prevent his mind from loosening and losing control of the airflow in his body. Chapter 742. Fengjiu's red robe was stained with blood and had been slashed by numerous sharp blades. She was panting as she half-knelt on the ground. She was using the sword in her hand to support her slightly disordered body. She seemed to be in a sorry state. However, her eyes were filled with battle intent and a cold light. They were as bright as the stars and were dazzling to the eyes. 4 nascent soul stage cultivators and 2 golden core stage cultivators surrounded her. The powerful aura from the 6 of them caused the blood of the 3 people standing here to boil. However, Fengjiu, who was in the middle, was still able to use her spiritual power and aura to stand up in the middle of them. The information said that she was only a great spiritual master. It was rare for a great spiritual master to be able to hold on for so long. Seeing her gaze sweep towards them, President Gong immediately said, "We'll help you." With that, he waved the sword in his hand, intending to open a way for her to escape. Fengjiu's eyes flashed, and she exhaled. Her gaze swept past the 3 people, and she said, "Then let's deal with the 2 golden core cultivators." Hearing this, the 3 people instantly surrounded the 2 golden core cultivators. The 2 of them were at the peak of the golden core realm, which was the highest level among the golden core realm. Among the 3 of them, only President Gong was at the peak of the golden core realm. The old man was at the nascent soul realm, and the other golden core cultivator was only at the 3rd level. With their strength, they were indeed overestimating themselves if they wanted to fight against the 4 nascent soul cultivators. Since that was the case, they would lure the 2 away and kill them first. "You're here to die. We'll be taking your lives." The 2 peak golden core cultivators in black said in a gloomy voice. They flew away and arrived at a place dozens of meters away. Even if there was a nascent soul cultivator among the 3 of them, they were not undefeatable because they had magic treasures. Furthermore, how could the cultivators of this 6-class small country be compared to them in terms of combat power? "Fengjiu, you'd better surrender obediently. Otherwise, you'll have to suffer." One of the nascent soul cultivators snorted, "Don't think that these people can save you. You have to know that the 4 of us are at the peak of the nascent soul realm. With just a stomp of our feet, we can make the entire star Cloud City collapse." At this moment, they displayed their full strength. They no longer suppressed their nascent soul cultivation, but released the aura and pressure that peak nascent soul cultivators should have. This was their trump card. The terrifying thing about a peak nascent soul cultivator was that they could destroy a city or even a country in an instant. Even the Star Cloud City Academy, they didn't put it in their eyes. Fengjiu calmed herself down and stood up with the Qingfeng sword in her hand. Her aura seemed to be a mess. In fact, at this moment, no one knew that the opportunity she had been waiting for had finally arrived. The blood in her body surged and roared, expanding every vein and muscle in her body. She could only feel her blood boiling, like streams of water flowing down from a high mountain, surging all the way to the sea. In her dantian, the droplet of water formed a whirlpool. The spiritual aura gradually surged, condensed, and became bigger and bigger, like a whirlpool absorbing the spiritual aura. She knew that even though this was not the best time to build her foundation, but it was the opportunity she had been waiting for. Chapter 743. She looked at the 4 nascent soul cultivators in front of her with a hint of madness in her eyes. The battle intent in her body was aroused at this moment. The aura of Xianqi and the flow of spiritual energy converged into a ball, forming a shocking and enormous aura. The killing intent that covered the sky spread out from her body. The aura in the air within 10 meters of her body seemed to be sucked in by her. At this moment, she gave off a terrifying aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Hiss. How is this possible? She actually has the profound spiritual body. Heavens! She actually has the profound spiritual body. The profound spiritual body that is hard to come by in 10,000 years. At this time, even the 4 nascent soul stage cultivators were shocked. Looking at the powerful aura that surged out from her body, they thought about the legend of the profound spiritual body. The profound spiritual body's cultivation speed was 10 times faster than a genius cultivator's. Or even more. One must know that even in the 8 great empires, there had never been a person with a profound spiritual body. Who would have thought that in this low-level country, the lowest level country, there would actually be someone with a profound spiritual body? No wonder that person would take a fancy to her. Even if she was ordinary and not outstanding, in a few years, her brilliance and cultivation would be above everyone else. We can't let her live. Kill her. Such a person with a profound spiritual body. She can't be allowed to live. Even if the higher-ups ordered them to bring her back after finding her. At this moment, they knew that they couldn't let such a person live. Otherwise, there would be too many variables and the threat would be too great. Kill her. As soon as the ruthless and bloodthirsty voice fell, the 4 nascent soul stage cultivators attacked together. If it was said that they still had some leeway before and only wanted to capture her alive, then at this moment, it could be said that they no longer had any leeway and wanted to kill her. If you don't let me live, then I'll let you die. Raging flames surged out from her body. That was the flame that came from the ancient mythical beast in her body. On top of the green sword, other than the surging green light, a cluster of flames also wrapped around it. With the protection of the ancient mythical beast's aura, the pressure of the 4 nascent soul stage cultivators posed no threat to her. Battle intent surged, and killing intent appeared. The terrifying airflow and the terrifying pressure almost covered the entire forest at this moment. Even the people who were fighting dozens of meters away were blown away by the terrifying airflow visible to the naked eye under the pressure of the 4 nascent soul stage powerhouses and the powerful airflow surging out of Feng 9. The airflow was like layers upon layers of stormy waves, one after another, until it completely covered the entire forest. Regardless of whether it was the ground or the air, they were all surging with the powerful airflow and pressure that was like ripples on water. Boom! Whoosh! Bang bang! Aside from the old nascent soul cultivator, all of the cultivators who were sent flying out of the forest uncontrollably tumbled to the ground. Hearing the loud noise from the depths of the forest, the old nascent soul cultivator didn't investigate. Instead, he took advantage of the moment when the 2 gold core cultivators lost their balance and battle prowess due to the turbulence in the air. 2 short swords appeared in his hands, and he pierced them with lightning speed toward their dantians, destroying their gold cores. Chapter 744. At this moment, a group of cultivators flew over on their swords, led by the dean and the vice dean. When they saw the scene in front of the dense forest, they were slightly startled because they recognized that one of them was President Gong of the black market. In the blink of an eye, they took the lead and arrived behind them. "President Gong, why are you here?" the dean asked, his gaze falling on the two dead golden core cultivators on the ground. At the same time, he faintly heard the rumbling of battle coming from the dense forest. "You're here too?" President Gong looked at the dean, especially the group of cultivators behind him, and was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that he would have the entire academy's mentors come to rescue him, but that we rushed over after receiving the news. "We saw Fengjiu inside, but I'm afraid we can't go in now. Look," he gestured towards the dense forest in front of them, at the strong air currents surging in the air. "There are 4 peak nascent soul stage cultivators inside. The pressure of the peak nascent soul stage has been completely released, covering the entire forest. Most importantly, within the pressure of the peak nascent soul stage cultivators, there's also..." President Gong hesitated at this point, looked at the dense forest in front of them, and didn't continue speaking. The dean and the vice dean looked inside, and, at the same time, sensed that in addition to the aura of the nascent soul stage cultivators, there was also the aura of an ancient divine beast. Was it Fengjiu's life-bonded beast? His life-bonded beast was actually an ancient divine beast? Suppressing the shock in their hearts, the two exchanged glances and heard the mentors behind them exclaim in surprise. Such strong spiritual energy fluctuations, how could Fengjiu still be alive? The pressure contained within these streams of spiritual energy actually caused our minds to tremble. This is the aura of a nascent soul stage cultivator. The 4 academy elders said in unison, sending 4 nascent soul stage cultivators to kill a student. This was indeed a big move. Unlike the others, Guanshelin, who was behind them on an A-trigram frisbee, directly activated the frisbee's defense and flew inside without stopping. Seeing this, the dean and the others were shocked. "Come back. Do you want to die?" The dean and the vice dean couldn't care less about anything else and hurriedly chased after him. Following closely behind were the 4 nascent soul stage elders. After a slight pause, they also followed closely behind. Seeing this, the other mentors looked at each other and took out their magic treasures to activate their defenses and follow them in. Such a strong aura, even golden core stage cultivators wouldn't be able to move an inch. Fortunately, they all had defensive magic treasures on them. However, under this kind of pressure and aura as of the year, "Let's go in as well," said the nascent soul old man. Flicking his sleeve, he headed in as well. Niet Tung and Xiao Yihan also went inside. One of them was the crown prince of Qing Tung, while the other was the son of a noble family. Naturally, they did not lack Dharma artifacts. Chapter 745. He looked at the dense forest that was shrouded in pressure and airflow. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Who is Fengjiu?" He flicked his sleeves, and his white robe fluttered. He also went inside, deep in the forest. The more the 4 nascent soul cultivators fought with Fengjiu, the more shocked they became. Compared to the more they fought, the more spiritual energy they consumed, the more powerful she became. Her spiritual energy didn't weaken, but instead increased. It was as if something was continuously feeding her spiritual energy and Xianqi. The more they fought, the faster she became, and the more shocking her battle strength became. In particular, she was releasing an ancient pressure that slowed them down. Even though they were nascent soul cultivators, they couldn't help but feel fear in the face of the ancient pressure. After a round of battle, their bodies were covered in wounds. However, the wounds caused by the Qing Feng sword in her hand did not bleed. This was because the Qing Feng sword was covered in flames. When it sliced through their bodies, before blood could seep out, it had already been burned by the extremely high temperature of the flames and emitted a charred smell. The 4 nascent soul cultivators were all injured, and their hair was disheveled. If they didn't experience it themselves, they wouldn't believe that a little great spirit master cultivator could force them into this state. After fighting with her, they once again understood the terror of the profound spirit body. If the four of them weren't men, they would have taken her body and used it to cultivate. If people from the outside world knew that she actually had the profound spirit body, those who wanted to take over her body would definitely throw themselves at her. This kind of body was the existence of a supreme cultivator, an irresistible temptation. What a pity, Shio. Boom! The azure sword cut through the air with a whoosh, bringing with it a fierce, bloodthirsty, killing intent. When the powerful chi slashed down, it forced the chi aside. The chi from the astral sword carried with it an ancient pressure as it fiercely slashed down. With a boom, it struck one of the nascent soul cultivators. That nascent soul cultivator was shocked. He used the sword in his hand to block and poured all of his spiritual energy into it to block the overwhelming killing intent. However, even with his nascent soul cultivation, he was still pushed back by the powerful aura of the azure-edged sword and the ancient pressure. The powerful airflow blew against his face, causing his face to change shape. It was as if a sharp blade was scraping against his skin. He couldn't even open his eyes. Clang! Bang! The sharp sword that was blocking in front of him was actually broken by the powerful sword aura. With a clang, a part of the flying missile was thrown back into the air and stabbed into the ground. It was also at this moment that he was shocked by the powerful ancient pressure. He only felt that in the moment when he was caught off guard, a loud bang landed on his chest and sent him flying. After falling for several meters, he didn't stop. Instead, he left a long mark on the ground. Chapter 746. It wasn't until that moment that the nascent soul expert's life force was cut off that the remaining 3 people finally recovered from their shock. They were in disbelief and didn't dare to believe that a nascent soul expert had died in the hands of a great spirit master just like that. Even if this great spirit master had a profound spirit body, even if her life contract beast was an ancient divine beast, even if she had an ancient divine aura, but that was a nascent soul cultivator. Even if their physical body were to perish, they would still be able to escape with their nascent souls. How? How could he die just like that? Because they couldn't believe it, one of the nascent soul cultivators flew over and helped the dead nascent soul cultivator up. Only then did he see that the broken sword had pierced through his dantian, where his nascent soul was. Just like that, without any warning, the broken sword had pierced through his body, leaving only a bit of the sword tip outside his blood-stained robes. It was also at this moment that the originally middle-aged, nascent soul cultivator's life force was cut off and his nascent soul died. His face quickly withered and aged, and in the end, he became an old man so skinny that it was impossible to look at him anymore. The atmosphere seemed to freeze at this moment. That oppressive and gloomy aura was released from the remaining 3 nascent soul cultivators. Monstrous killing intent surged in the air, forming a flow of air that surrounded the place they were at. It was as if this place was cut off from the outside world. Not only was it cut off, it also blocked the view of those outside. When the dean and the others got closer, they felt their chi and blood surging, and it was difficult to move. The few nascent soul cultivators were still fine, but the mentors gradually increased the distance between them and the dean and the others. Even if they wanted to move forward, they still couldn't get close. This was the difference in strength. The difference of one level was not just a little bit. Fengjiu, die. A cold voice filled with monstrous killing intent came from inside, causing everyone outside the flow of air to be shocked, and at the same time feel that it was inconceivable. Fengjiu was actually still alive? He could actually hold out for so long under the hands of a nascent soul cultivator? Xiaojiu. Guan Shilin was so anxious that his eyes turned red. Even though he was a martial arts grandmaster, at this moment, even if he desperately wanted to rush forward and rush into the airflow barrier, he could not take another step forward. Under the powerful pressure and airflow that permeated the air, every step he took felt as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. With every step he took, the chi and blood in his body boiled and tumbled, as if they were about to spurt out of his chest. Xiao Han was also in the same situation. Although he was already a Foundation Establishment cultivator, at this time, under this powerful pressure, it was difficult for him to move. The more difficult it was for him to move, the more shocked he was. If even they could move with Fengjiu's cultivation, how could he resist for so long? You two retreat to the back first. The pressure and airflow here are too strong. You won't be able to withstand it, said the Vice Academy head. With a wave of his sleeve, he sent the two of them several dozen meters away. However, just as he was about to send Nieting out, he noticed that Niet Tong's icy cold gaze was staring at him, causing him to be slightly stunned. Why did he come along? Knowing the danger, he followed them. Could it be that he also knew Fengjiu? I'm not leaving. Chapter 747. It was a bead, a round bead that was even smaller than an egg. It didn't look special and wasn't very eye-catching. People who didn't know what it was would probably just treat it as a bead to play with. One of the 3 treasures of the Qing Tong royal family, the obsidian wind bead. The dean was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Niet Tong to have such a treasure on him. This thing was truly a treasure. Because it was made of obsidian and had a defensive formation engraved on it, it could block 12 attacks from a nascent soul cultivator. In addition to its defensive power, it could also stir up the wind in the air. At the same time, if a wind attribute cultivator were to obtain it, this pearl would be extremely useful in battle. Nieting tossed the bead in his hand into the air. The bead spun instantly, blowing the surrounding air to one side and sucking in the strong airflow that formed the barrier under the bead. It formed a whirlwind of air and flew towards the forest on the other side. As the airflow that formed the barrier was sucked away, the scene of the battle appeared before everyone's eyes. However, when they saw the scene in front of them, they couldn't help but gasp. Fengjiu's red robe was lacerated with countless wounds. It was impossible to tell which blood belonged to him and which belonged to the enemy. They only knew that his red robe was stained with blood. What was shocking was the numerous wounds on his body, as well as the strong, murderous aura and pressure that surged from his body. At this moment, what shocked them the most was not this, but the long sword in the hands of the nascent soul cultivator in front of him. The sword pierced through his entire shoulder. The sharp tip of the sword went in from the front and out from the back. Compared to the nascent soul cultivator's sword that pierced his shoulder, the sword in his hand that glowed with green light pierced through the nascent soul cultivator's heart. The sword's chi, which was mixed with flames, sliced through the heart and destroyed the nascent soul in an instant. Everyone who saw this scene sucked in a breath of cold air. They could tell at a glance that this was a battle method of exchanging injuries for lives. This was a method of mutual destruction, where both sides would suffer great losses. The danger made them tremble in fear. If the nascent soul cultivator's sword had been accurate, he would have really paid with his life. Bang. The nascent soul cultivator's eyes were wide open. He was kicked by Fengjiu and fell to the ground. His nascent soul was also destroyed. Not even a trace of life was left. As the nascent soul cultivator fell backwards, the long sword stabbed into her shoulder was pulled out. At the same time, she staggered back a step and used the sword in her hand to support her body, stabilizing her slightly swaying footsteps. She tilted her head to look at the crowd that had rushed up. When she saw them, she couldn't help but be slightly startled. Familiar and unfamiliar, they were all here. Was this the entire academy's? Fengjiu, we're here. The dean's gaze landed on the young man. Seeing that he was able to hold on until now, until they arrived, the dean's feelings were indescribable. They only knew that seeing that he was still alive, other than feeling excited, there was only excitement. The dean's wise and sharp gaze shifted away from Fengjiu as he looked at the remaining 2 nascent soul stage cultivators. His old and deep voice was filled with sharp, killing intent as he spoke. Chapter 748. Kill! Kill! As the dean's order to kill fell, everyone roared at the same time. The 2 consecutive roars contained everyone's strong, killing intent and fierceness. Even though most of the mentors were multi-dan cultivators and martial sages, none of them retreated. None of them were afraid. Instead, They rushed forward and surrounded the remaining 2 nascent soul cultivators to kill them. One person's strength was small, but many people's strength was great. With everyone's strength, how could they not kill nascent soul cultivators? Killing intent surged. The strong killing intent that burst out from everyone's body formed a killing intent that went straight for the 2 nascent soul cultivators. Even though their strength was not as strong as those 2, under the lead of the 4 nascent soul elders in front of them, as well as the dean and the vice dean, each of them was as ferocious as a tiger. Xiaojiao, Guanxilin ran over and supported the injured her. Seeing her covered in blood, his heart tightened. Let me stop your bleeding first. Fengjiu, how are you? Are you okay? Xiaoyihan also asked. When he saw him again, he couldn't say the words little brother Feng anymore. Who would dare to call a young man who could fight nascent soul cultivators alone as little brother? He did not know the depth of his strength before, but now that he knew, how could he dare to call someone who was stronger and more terrifying than him as little brother? Medicine. Just as Guanxilin was about to take the medicine, he saw a hand reach in front of him and hand him a medicine bottle. He looked up at Nietong and ignored him. Instead, he took out a bottle of medicine from his space and poured it on Fengjiu's shoulder. Nietong looked at her pale face. This was the first time he saw her like this. Even though she was in a sorry state, it could not hide her dazzling beauty. Fighting nascent soul cultivators alone, her strength had already reached such a level. Fengjiu did not pay attention to Nietong. Instead, her gaze fell on the people who were besieging the 2 nascent soul cultivators. She could feel the aura in her body churning uncontrollably, and the spiritual power in her body began to circulate. Brother, I want to build my foundation. Protect me. She only said this one sentence and then pushed him away. As she sat down cross-legged, she placed her hands in front of her chest and formed a complicated seal, setting up 2 barriers around her. Guanxilin was stunned. Building foundation? Here? At this moment? After being stunned for a moment, he quickly calmed himself down. He saw that she had already sat down cross-legged to adjust her aura, and her spirit force began to surge. He immediately stood guard outside the barrier like a guardian. He was vigilant of his surroundings to prevent the 2 nascent soul cultivators from attacking her. Guanxilin wasn't the only one who was shocked. Nietong was also stunned. He didn't say anything and just stood outside the barrier to protect her. Xiao Yihan, on the other hand, widened his eyes in shock. Foundation establishment. Did he hear wrongly? Fengjiu wanted to build his foundation here. Wasn't he afraid that if he couldn't protect her, his barrier would be broken by the nascent soul cultivators, disrupting his foundation and ruining all his previous efforts? Will also protect her. President Gong and the other 2 people from the black market did not join the siege. Instead, they stood guard outside Fengjiu's barrier to protect her. Several people stood guard outside the barrier. On the other side, the dean and the vice dean were besieging the 2 nascent soul cultivators. Many mentors were injured and sent flying. Seeing that the golden core mentors couldn't even take a single blow from the 2 nascent soul cultivators, they became more and more anxious. Chapter 749. Seeing this, the nascent soul stage cultivator from the black market immediately flew out. He gathered spiritual power in his palm and attacked the peak nascent soul stage cultivator. Both of them were nascent soul stage cultivators. The difference was that one was at the peak while the other was at the middle stage of the nascent soul stage. When the 2 palms collided, 2 streams of qi were released from their palms. With a loud bang, the 2 streams of qi exploded and attacked the surroundings, causing the airflow in the air to surge. After the 2 palms collided, the black market nascent soul stage cultivator's body was pushed back by the force of the impact. Even if he wanted to block it, he couldn't and heavily crashed into a tree. Bang! Pooh! Under the heavy impact, he fell to the ground and spat out blood. Just as he stood up, he swayed and fell forward. The nascent soul stage cultivator didn't care about the others. In his eyes, the others were dispensable. Only this Fengjiu had to be killed. He couldn't let her successfully break through. If she really did, there would be endless trouble in the future. Uncle, When guild leader Gong saw this, he cried out in alarm. When he saw the nascent soul cultivator strike down with his palm and shatter the first layer of the barrier before anyone could stop him, guild leader Gong clenched his teeth and charged forward with his sword in hand. Unexpectedly, before he could even get close to the nascent soul cultivator, he was swept dozens of meters away with a flick of his sleeve. Bang! His body fell heavily to the ground, and a trace of blood flowed from his mouth. Even though he was at the peak of the Golden Core stage, he didn't have the upper hand against a nascent soul stage cultivator. Damn it! He pounded the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and stood up once more. Just as he was about to charge forward and fight again, he saw that the Academy's elders, headmaster, and vice-headmaster had already split into two groups and surrounded the nascent soul cultivator. Dozens of meters away, his uncle fell to the ground and didn't stand up. He quickly rushed over and helped him up. "Uncle, how are you? Are you okay?" He helped him up and asked. Cough, cough, coughed. The elder coughed a few times and blood flowed out of his mouth. He said, "The peak of the original level is indeed extraordinary. Even I, as an original level, cannot block one of his attacks." As he spoke, he looked over and saw Fengjiu moving his hands in the last layer of the barrier. His eyes widened in shock. Her aura, her spiritual energy and Xian Qi intertwined. This aura belonged to her alone, and it seemed to be very close. Because of this, no one in the aura's core stage could tell. Only a few nascent soul stage cultivators knew what was going on. President Gong saw that his expression was strange, so he asked, "What's wrong with her aura?" Even if he was a little stronger, he shouldn't be so shocked, right? After all, everything Fengjiu did was shocking. For example, if they didn't see it with their own eyes, how could they believe that she, a great spirit master cultivator, could actually kill a nascent soul stage cultivator? This matter, no matter where it was, would be inconceivable. Not far away, Imo Chun, dressed in white, stood on a tree branch. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the youth sitting cross-legged on the ground, preparing to break through. He looked at the blood-stained red clothes on his body and his closed eyes. He seemed to be deep in thought. Chapter 750. The dark clouds grew larger and larger, almost covering the entire forest. A powerful pressure of the heavens and the earth pressed down from the clouds. The powerful pressure from the sky and the pressure from the forest rejected each other, creating a powerful gust of air that shook the ground. The people who were surrounding the two nascent soul cultivators were shocked and looked up in astonishment. They knew that Fengjiu was in the foundation establishment stage. It wasn't that they hadn't tried to build their foundation before, but they had never caused such a big commotion. Moreover, why did the pressure released by the dark clouds contain the qi of heaven and earth? Among the crowd, only the dean, the vice dean, and the four nascent soul elders were shocked because they knew what it was. It was the qi of heaven and earth. He actually drew upon the qi of heaven and earth to build his foundation. This was simply unprecedented. Normally, cultivators needed a foundation establishment pill to build their foundation. It could be said that it was a must. 9 out of 10 people who tried to build their foundation without a foundation establishment pill would fail. Failing to build their foundation would not only destroy their Tao foundation, but would also cause their strength to regress by several stages. Therefore, without a foundation establishment pill, even Heaven's Chosen wouldn't dare to build their foundation. Legend had it that there was a type of foundation establishment called the Perfect Foundation Establishment. It gathered the qi of heaven and earth to complete the foundation establishment without the help of a foundation establishment pill. If the foundation establishment was successful, it would lay an extraordinary foundation for the Golden Core. However, this type of foundation establishment was also called the Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment. It was very difficult to find one in 100,000 people. Now, they saw Feng Nine drawing the qi of heaven and earth, and seeing that he wanted to build his foundation with the help of the qi of heaven and earth. His boldness really made them break out in a cold sweat and worry about him. At this moment, even though they knew that he was a cultivation genius and that they couldn't treat him as an ordinary cultivator or Heaven's Chosen, they were still very shocked. Using a foundation establishment pill to enter the foundation establishment stage was called the mortal grade foundation establishment. Once the foundation establishment was completed, one would officially enter the Tao of immortality, and their lifespan would increase to 200 years. Using the chi of heaven and earth to build one's foundation was called the heaven grade foundation establishment. Once the foundation establishment stage was completed, one's strength would be far beyond that of a middle grade foundation establishment cultivator. Moreover, their lifespan would increase to 300 years, which was equivalent to the lifespan of a golden core cultivator. How could they not be shocked? Boom! The first heavenly thunder struck down heavily while everyone was shocked. It penetrated the bounded domain and landed on Fengjiu's body. At the same time, a visible airflow rippled outwards like water ripples, spreading outwards in circles. The two nascent soul stage cultivators who were besieged by the crowd saw the first lightning strike and immediately gathered a stream of air in their hands to blast towards Fengjiu. The dean and the others tried their best to block, but they were still sent flying by the stream of air that gathered all the strength of the peak nascent soul stage. One by one, they were sent flying dozens of meters away. Boom! The second bolt of heavenly lightning also struck at this moment, tempering her body. Her meridians and the strong aura on her body surged, forcibly breaking the ribbon that bound her black hair. Her black hair scattered in the air and fluttered messily. Dying! The two nascent soul stage cultivators attacked together, gathering a strong stream of air to form a whirlpool. With an overwhelming killing intent, they attacked Fengjiu, intending to destroy her Tao foundation and kill her with a burst of blood and qi. Xiaojiu, Fengjiu, Fengjiu. Chapter 751. At this moment, the white-clothed Mo Chun finally rushed forward in a flash, blocking the front of the barrier. Her hands rapidly condensed a powerful current of air and shot out, blocking the powerful killing intent that was rushing towards her. However, even if he took action, it would be difficult for him to withstand the combined attack of two nascent soul stage cultivators. The air attacks from both sides collided in mid-air, producing sharp sounds of air currents. The pressure of the three cultivators collided with the air currents and finally exploded. The strong hidden aura pushed both sides back several meters. As both sides retreated, blood seeped from the corners of their mouths. The strong impact sent Guan Shilin and the other two flying again. The last defensive barrier set up by Fengjiu also broke at this time. Bang! Mo Chun looked back and glanced at the person who was sitting cross-legged with air currents surging from his body. His black hair was scattered and flew messily. His face, which was only handsome in the past, was now extremely beautiful. Under the red robes, it was even more enchanting, inexplicably adding a feminine charm. Mo Chen's eyes moved slightly as he stared at that enchanting and beautiful face. After a long time, he looked away and glanced at the Xianling Qi and the powerful aura that was emitted from Fengjiu after the barrier was broken. He slowly turned back and looked at the two nascent soul stage cultivators in front of him. At the same time, he raised his hand and wiped away the trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Looking at the bright red blood on his fingertips, his eyes darkened. He, who was like a banished immortal, was now emitting a terrifying murderous aura. Just as the two nascent soul stage cultivators were shocked that he could block their combined attack with 100% of his strength, the figure in front of them flashed. The white figure flashed and appeared in front of the two of them in an instant. She grabbed their necks with both hands, and before they could react, their necks were crushed. That action was very casual and effortless, but it completely stunned the crowd behind him. The two nascent soul stage cultivators died with fear on their faces. But at this time, two small figures flew out from their bodies and tried to escape. However, before they could fly a meter away, they were once again killed by Mo Chun. Seeing this, not only the dean and the vice headmaster, but even the four nascent soul stage elders of the academy swallowed and looked at him in shock. Such a banished immortal, such a pure person. When he killed people, it was so terrifying that it made people's hearts tremble. even though they knew that his strength was unfathomable. When they saw him effortlessly kill two nascent soul stage cultivators, they couldn't help but feel shocked. Could it be that his cultivation level was beyond the nascent soul stage? Could it be that his strength was above the nascent soul stage? Everyone felt their hair stand on end, especially when he turned to look at them with an indifferent expression. With the exception of the dean and the vice dean, everyone couldn't help but take a step back. Boom! The third bolt of lightning struck at this time, breaking the strange atmosphere. Everyone's gaze finally moved away from the banished immortal Chun and landed on Fengjiu, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. After the third bolt of lightning struck, the surrounding spiritual aura surged into Fengjiu's body. His cultivation level also rose step by step. Looking at the speed of his growth, everyone's jaws dropped. Chapter 752. One of the instructors swallowed his saliva and supported the person beside him. Other people advanced by 1 or 2 stages. How could he advance by only 1 stage? He directly entered the Foundation Establishment stage. After the early stage, he didn't stop even after entering the middle stage. How can Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment be the same? It's definitely different. That's true. In all these years, the Academy has never encountered a Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment cultivator. However, looking at Fengjiu's terrifying aura, it's indeed different from ordinary Foundation Establishment cultivators. At the front, the dean and vice dean heard the discussions of the instructors behind them, and the corners of their mouths twitched imperceptibly. They didn't know that Fengjiu had a profound spiritual body and thought that the aura came from Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment. However, they didn't know that people with a profound spiritual body advanced differently from others. When ordinary cultivators entered the Foundation Establishment stage, they would stop at the first stage of Foundation Establishment. Even genius cultivators would stop at the second or third stage at most. For someone like Fengjiu, who directly broke through the early stage and entered the middle stage, there were very few of them. After about half an incense stick's worth of time, the surrounding spiritual aura returned to Fengjiu's body. Her cultivation also continued to rise. After entering the middle stage, it continued to rise. It didn't stop until the late stage and the peak stage. Her spiritual aura continued to surge as if it wanted to break through the final threshold. However, there was a limit to her ability. After several attempts at the peak stage, her spiritual aura gradually weakened and finally stopped. Even so, she became a peak Foundation Establishment cultivator as soon as she stepped into the Foundation Establishment stage. This kind of advancement speed caused everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. It had to be known that ordinary cultivators would need at least 10 years to advance from the early stage to the middle stage. However, he actually broke through to the peak of Foundation Establishment in less than half an hour. Fengjiu slowly opened her eyes. At this moment, she felt that her body was different. Because she had entered the Foundation Establishment stage, a small sea of spiritual aura formed in her dantian. It was like a whirlpool of spiritual aura that surged in her dantian, wrapping around the green lotus in her dantian. After entering the Foundation Establishment stage, her vision seemed to have changed. She could hear small sound from afar and see small things. In short, it felt very strange. However, what made her feel strange was that this white-clothed immortal was currently standing in front of her, staring straight at her. That kind of strange gaze that was sizing her up caused her to be involuntarily stunned. What? She sat cross-legged and didn't move. Even though she had entered the Foundation Establishment stage, the injuries on her body hadn't healed. You are a woman. Chun stared at her. His voice was calm, but his eyes and his heart were not calm. Everyone. Tung frowned and stared coldly at Chun. Guan Shilin also stared coldly at him. Chapter 753. When Fengjiu, who was sitting cross-legged, heard this, she blinked and looked at Chun in front of her. Seeing the expression on his face, as well as the astonished gazes of the people around her, the corners of her lips curled up slightly. She reached out her hand and lifted a strand of black hair that was hanging down her cheek. She glanced at it, then casually tucked the strand of hair behind her ear. Only then did she stand up with the Qing Feng sword by her side. However, due to the injury on her shoulder and the other injuries on her body, her figure was slightly swaying when she stood up. At this moment, everyone seemed to have just noticed the Qing Feng sword in her hand. They were all stunned, and a series of shock made them not know how to react. Thank you all for coming to save me. Fengjiu thanks you all. Although her face was slightly pale, she still held the sword in her hand and bowed to everyone. Her gaze swept past the injured mentors and the 3 people from the black market. Where her gaze swept past Niet Tung, she paused for a moment, then landed on the dean and the vice dean. Perhaps you all still don't know my identity. She revealed a smile. I'm the princess of the Phoenix dynasty, a 9th-ranked country. Therefore, I'm really a woman. She looked at Imo-chan with the last sentence, as if she was talking to him. The entire forest instantly fell silent. Every pair of eyes landed on her. At this moment, she was dressed in red, with her black hair draped over her shoulders. Although her face was pale, she was in high spirits. She was confident and cunning. No one thought that she was a youth anymore, because no matter how they looked at her, she was an enchanting beauty. You filled in the registration form as a man. Point one of the mentors swallowed his saliva. He only felt that it was inconceivable. The princess of a 9th-ranked country, the Phoenix dynasty? Fengjiu? A woman? Why did she dress as a man? Yes, she nodded and said, because it's more convenient for men to walk, and that her voice paused, and her eyes, which were as dazzling as stars, narrowed. She smiled with a hint of teasing and slyness, and said with a smile that seemed to be both real and fake, moreover, my appearance is so beautiful that it can topple cities, and my elegance is unparalleled in the world. If I were to walk around in women's clothes, my admirers would rush to my front and back, and I really wouldn't be able to resist them. However, it's different when I wear men's clothes. I'm elegant and handsome, and thousands of girls will fall for me. It's really much better than women's clothes. Black lines appeared on everyone's forehead as the corners of their mouths twitched. Speechless, they looked away. As soon as the danger was averted, she returned to her usual frivolous self. How could the current her be as fierce and ruthless as she was when she fought against a nascent soul cultivator? Or was the awe-inspiring presence from before? This Fengjiu, most of the mentors who hadn't interacted with her before only knew that she had a strange personality. Seeing her today, it really verified everyone's evaluation of her in the academy. However, according to what they knew, even if she was handsome and elegant in men's clothes, there were still many male and female students who gave her a nickname, Pretty Boy. Seeing everyone's strange expressions, she smiled embarrassedly. Her narcissistic boasting made her a little embarrassed to continue. Thus, she put away her azure-edged sword and climbed onto Guan Xilin's shoulder with one hand and exhaled lightly. Brother, carry me back. My body is full of injuries. It hurts like hell. Chapter 754. Nietang's face instantly darkened when he saw this. His gloomy eyes stared at the figure that had disappeared into the distance in an instant. The corners of his lips were pursed into a line. In the end, he gathered his strength and followed closely behind the figure towards the academy. Guan Xilin's expression was not too good either. He had originally bent his knees and was about to carry his sister on his back, but who knew that she would be carried away by Imo-chan? Anyone would be unhappy. At that moment, he threw out the 8 trigrams plate and quickly chased after them. Only Xiao Yicheng stood in a daze. Before he could recover from Fengjiu's words, he saw Fengjiu being carried away by Imo-chan. The dean and the vice dean looked at each other and were slightly surprised. Based on their understanding of Imo-chan, he was not someone who would do such a thing. But why did he carry Fengjiu and leave without saying a word? Ahem! The dean coughed dryly and looked sternly at everyone. He instructed, since Fengjiu appeared in male clothing, it means that she does not want others to know that she is a woman. When you go back, don't mention a word about what happened here. One of the teachers hesitated and asked, Dean, the sword in her hand just now seemed to be the ancient divine sword, Qing Feng. Hearing this, the headmaster's dignified gaze landed on the instructor. He said in a deep voice, It's the ancient divine sword, the Qing Feng sword. That's right. She must have obtained this sword through her own fortuitous encounters. Anything you see or hear here is not to be mentioned again. Yes, we understand. Everyone nodded solemnly. They also knew that this was a serious matter. If they did not handle it well, not only would it bring trouble to Fengjiu, it would also bring disaster to their academy. You heard it too? The dean's gaze fell on the dazed Xiao Yihan. Xiao Yihan recovered and said with a serious expression, "Don't worry, Dean. I will definitely not say a word." There was only shock in his heart. How could he think of telling others about this? Moreover, what happened today was too unbelievable. A person he called little brother actually had the ability to fight a nascent soul cultivator alone. Moreover, it was a woman. All right, let's go back. Those with light injuries support those with heavy injuries. With that, the dean took the lead and left, leaving the rest to the vice dean. On the other side, Imo Chun, who was carrying Fengjiu on his sword, looked ahead, but his heart skipped a beat and his body stiffened. This was because the person in his arms had been staring at him ever since he picked her up. That kind of sizing up gaze was blatant and undisguised, causing him to be unable to relax. Gongzi Imo Chun? Fengjiu stared at banished immortal, whose lips were pursed. Hearing this, he did not lower his head. He only said indifferently, "If you have something to say, say it." "You're hugging me too tightly," Fengjiu teased. Imo Chun froze. He lowered his head and met her teasing gaze. He glanced at her and then looked away. As his body relaxed, the hand that was hugging her also relaxed a little. Fengjiu smiled and gradually relaxed. She closed her eyes and said, "I'm a little tired. I'm going to sleep for a while." After the fierce battle, all that was left of his body were injuries and fatigue. As the crisis was resolved, his entire body relaxed, and he gradually fell asleep. After a long while, Imo Chun lowered his head and glanced at the woman sleeping in his arms. A complicated look flashed through his eyes. Without a doubt, he knew that the person he was looking for was her. Chapter 755. Yi Jing was waiting anxiously at the entrance of the academy. She had originally gone with the headmaster and the others, but when they went to the main street of the city, they were told by the citizens that those people had gone in the direction of the dense forest. She wanted to follow them, but was called back by the vice-headmaster. Her cultivation was the weakest among the group, and he was afraid that he would have to take care of her if she went. Thus, in order not to be a burden, she could only come back and wait. However, after waiting for so long, they still had not returned. The more time passed, the more uneasy she felt. I wonder if they'll be able to save Fengjiu? Will Fengjiu be able to hold on until the headmaster and the others arrive? She muttered to herself as she paced back and forth uneasily. Occasionally, she would raise her head to look at the sky in the east, hoping to see them return on their swords. However, after a long time, she finally saw a figure flying towards her on a sword. She was overjoyed. When she focused her gaze, she saw that it was young Master Imo Chun, and in his arms was Fengjiu, whose red robes had been torn and whose black hair was disheveled. "Fengjiu," she happily called out. Seeing that young Master Ma Chun didn't stop carrying her and directly flew into the academy on his sword, she immediately took out her flying device and followed. Behind them, Enchanting and Guan Shilin arrived one after another. Their gazes were fixed on Imo Chun, who was carrying Fengjiu. When they saw that he was carrying Fengjiu to the main peak, they followed him to the main peak. After placing Fengjiu in the room next to his, he took a look at her injuries. Because most of her injuries were on her body, he could not take off her clothes to examine her, so he retreated. "This is medicine for her injuries. Go in and help her treat her wounds," he said to Yi Jing, who had followed closely behind him, and handed her a bottle of medicine at the same time. "Okay," Yi Jing replied, took the medicine, and quickly went in. Enchanting and Guan Shilin also landed in the courtyard. When they saw him sitting in the courtyard, they were about to go in and take a look when they heard his voice. "A female student is bandaging her wound." Hearing that, the two of them stopped walking. Remembering that she was injured, they did not enter and instead retreated to the courtyard. They looked at the exiled deity, male, sitting by the stone table, and did not say anything. The headmaster and the vice-headmaster followed. The two of them sat down in the courtyard and waited for the door to open. After about an hour, Yi Jing walked out. "Yi Jing, how's Xiao Jiao?" Guan Shilin asked. Everyone's eyes fell on her as well. "She's fine. Her shoulder injury is quite serious, but it's already been bandaged. She woke up after sleeping for a while. She even took the medicine herself and then fell asleep again." Seeing that Feng Jiao was still alive, she already felt very lucky. After all, not everyone could survive being hunted down by such a powerhouse. "I'll go in and have a look." As Guan Shilin spoke, he strode inside. However, just as he was about to push open the door, he stopped and frowned slightly at Enchanting, who was beside him. "Why are you following me?" Enchanting glanced at him and said in a low voice, "Get out of the way." "Uft, get out of the way? You want to go in? Who are you?" Guan Shilin sneered and blocked the door to prevent him from entering. Hearing that, Enchanting's eyes darkened. Spiritual energy surged in his body. Just as he was about to make a move, he heard the vice-headmaster's voice. All right, stop messing around here." Chapter 756. Hearing this, the two of them did not attack. The dean and the vice-dean looked at each other, then walked in quietly. Mo Chun followed behind, Guan Shilin, Enchanting, and Yi Jing. After a while, they all gathered around the bed. Feng Jiao had already fallen asleep on the bed. Although her face was pale, her aura did not show any signs of weakening or becoming chaotic. This made them feel relieved. Seeing that her life was not in danger, they walked out together. "It's good that she's fine. I'll leave his place to you. I'll go check on the injured mentors," the dean said as he walked out. Enchanting paused for a moment, then left first. Guan Shilin stayed behind and said, "I'll wait for Xiao Jiao to wake up and take her back to her cave." The vice-dean looked at the people in the courtyard, then coughed lightly and said, "I'll go tell the ovens to make some medicinal porridge for her. It'll help her recover faster." With that, he also left. Only Guan Shilin, Yi Jing, and Mo Chun were left in the courtyard. The three of them looked at each other in silence, and the atmosphere was a little strange. After a long time, Yi Jing looked at Guan Shilin and said, "You're injured. Let me help you bandage it." "It's fine. It's just a scratch." He glanced at the small wounds on his arm and did not take them to heart. As for the internal injuries caused by the airflow, he had already taken some medicine on the way back. They had already healed a lot, so he was fine. Around evening, Xiao Yihan, who had returned to help the injured mentors bandage their wounds, also came. Seeing the white-robed banished immortal sitting motionlessly in the courtyard, he pulled Guan Shilin aside and asked in a low voice, "Feng Jiao knows him?" "Maybe," Guan Shilin said. He did not know much about Mo Chun. "I heard from the dean that Feng Jiao is fine. Is she still not awake?" He looked at the tightly shut door and asked. "She just woke up not long ago." Yi Jing helped her change her medicine inside. Hearing this, he nodded. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit heavy, he said, "Since there's nothing else, I'll go back first. I'll go visit her when she returns to her abode." Guan Shilin nodded and watched him leave. Then he looked at Mo Chun, who was sitting beside him and reading a book. After a while, he looked away. The door opened, and Yi Jing walked out. Feng Jiao said he wants to go back to the cave to recuperate. Hearing this, Guan Shilin turned around and walked in. "I'll take her back." Beside the stone table, Mo Chun's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. He just sat there quietly. Not long after, Guan Shilin walked out with Feng Jiao on her back. She had already changed into her school uniform. Without her red clothes, her face looked even paler, but she was awake. "Thank you." When Guan Shilin walked past Mo Chun with her on his back, Mo Chun thanked him. Yi Jing supported her from the side and left with them. After they left, Mo Chun put down the book in his hand and looked up. He was silent for a long time. "It's her? Is she the person you're looking for?" The dean and the vice-dean walked in and asked when they saw the person sitting at the table in a daze. In fact, the two of them already knew that the person he was looking for was Feng Jiao. In the entire school, she was the only one who was so extraordinary. She was also the only one who could make young Master Mo Chun, who didn't care about anything, want to kill her and stain his hands with blood. Chapter 757. Hearing this, The dean and vice dean were startled. After a slight pause, the dean said, "Then send my greetings to your master." He replied, his gaze falling on the sky. No one knew what he was thinking. On the other side, Guan Shilin, who was carrying Fengjiu back to the Elixir Peak cave abode, did not notice that Lao Bai and Tunyan were missing. Instead, Fengjiu, who was lying on his back, noticed. "Where are Lao Bai and Tunyan? Brother, help me look for them later. Don't go to the Elixir Peak to cause trouble when I'm not around." "Okay, I'll go look for them later," Guan Shilin said. After Fengjiu opened the cave abode's boundary, he put her down in her bedroom and asked Yi Jing to look after her. Then, he went out to look for Lao Bai and Tunyan. However, after looking around, he did not see the two beasts, so he went to the Elixir Peak. Finally, he went to the Xian courtyard to ask, "What? You're looking for that strange horse and that meatball? They went out a long time ago, even before the dean and the others went to save Fengjiu. However, they didn't come back." A student said, then paused and asked curiously, "Who wants to kill Fengjiu? Why did the dean and the other teachers come? You guys want to see, so you should know what happened, right?" However, Guan Shilin ignored his curiosity and was a little surprised. "You told them? They left the academy?" He did not wait for the student to answer and went to the guard to ask, "Oh, you mean that strange horse and that meatball? They went out from the side door of the spiritual academy. They were so fast that I couldn't stop them. However, they went out for a while, and the dean and the others came back, but the two beasts didn't come back." Hearing the guard's words, Guan Shilin immediately said, "I'll go out and look for them." Hey, you can't. Students are not allowed to go out without permission. This is the rule." The gatekeeper stopped him and said, "Although that horse is a bit strange, it's still a spiritual beast. It will know the way back, so there's no need to rush." Guan Shilin paused for a moment when he saw that he was being stopped. He then turned around and went to the main peak to look for the vice superintendent. He told him about the situation and applied to go look for Lao Bai and Tunyan. "Spirit beasts know the way. How about this? If they don't come back by tomorrow morning, I'll let you go out and look for them. You're also injured today, so you should rest and recuperate first. Maybe the two little beasts will come back later." The vice president paused for a moment before saying, "Don't worry, I'll tell the gatekeeper that the two beasts won't stop them." Hearing this, Guan Shilin nodded. "All right, I'll go to the cave residence and tell Xiao Jiu so that she won't worry. And go. I asked someone to send her some medicinal porridge. Remember to let her eat it." "Thank you, Vice Superintendent." He cupped his hands and bowed before leaving. At the same time, in the forest not far from the academy, Lao Bai and Tunyan, who had mistakenly entered the array, were trapped inside. They walked for several hours but still couldn't get out. This made the two beasts, who were worried about Fengjiu, even more irritable. "You said you knew the way and could tell the direction. Look at you now. You've fallen into this broken array. After walking around for so long, you still can't get out. By the time we get out, maybe Master will be dead." Tunyan was furious and vented all his anger from being trapped in the array on Lao Bai. Chapter 758. Lao Bai circled around again and said, "What should we do? We've been trapped here for a long time. Master won't really die, right?" "Oomph. Now you know how to worry." Tunyan snorted and lay on its back without moving. After thinking for a while, he said, "I have a contract with my master. If my master's life is in danger, I will be able to sense it. I don't feel anything right now, so it shouldn't be life-threatening. Moreover, Master has a natal contract beast. It's an ancient mythical beast. Even if something happens, it should protect Master. We were too anxious when we came out earlier. We should have asked first. Then what should we do now? Wait for someone to save us. No one usually comes to this damn place." Lao Bai kicked its hooves and said, "There's a formation here. If it was a barrier, we might be able to break it with our combined strength. But this formation can't be broken. We have to break it. If we want to break it, we have to find the core of the formation. But I'm not familiar with formations, so I haven't figured it out yet. So we just wait. Let's wait. Why don't we shout for help?" Lao Bai suggested, thinking that they should learn from humans. "It's so embarrassing. You can shout if you want." Tunyan curled its lips and turned its head to the side. It's embarrassing if we lose our lives. Lao Bai snorted, turned around, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Help! Save me! Is there anyone? Come and save me!" The next morning, because the two beasts had not returned, Guan Shilin and Yi Jing each led 10 students out of the academy and went to the city to ask if they had seen the two beasts. However, they did not find them until noon. On the way back, Guan Shilin muttered, "No one in the city has seen them. Could it be that they didn't go to the city? They left the academy. Could it be that Yi Jing looked at the forest in the east of the academy and said, thoughtfully, there are many formations in the forest in front. Could they have entered it by mistake? Let's go take a look. There are many formations in there. Be careful when you look for them. Don't get trapped in there," she reminded. "Okay," Guan Shilin answered and separated from her to search. He shouted, "Lao Bai, swallow the clouds." The two beasts were originally sleeping in the forest, but when they heard the call from the forest, they immediately jumped up. "It's Beauty Yi Jing." Lao Bai's eyes lit up as he spoke in pleasant surprise. "I think there's also Master's elder brother," Tun Yin said. "They must be looking for us." Lao Bai turned around happily and shouted at the top of his lungs, "We're here, we're here! Beauty Yi Jing, we're here!" Yi Jing, who was leading 10 students to search the forest, suddenly heard a hoarse and excited voice. She couldn't help but ask the students beside her, "Did you guys hear that? Why does it sound like someone is calling me? Could it be some students of the academy who accidentally entered the array?" A student asked. He didn't think it was those two beasts at all. After all, beasts that weren't at the level of divine beasts couldn't speak the human language. Lao Bai was only a strange horse, and that little thing in the ball was only a pet. No one thought in that direction. "Whether it's them or not, we have to go and take a look," Yi Jing said and followed the direction of the voice. The closer she got, the clearer the voice became. "Beauty Yi Jing, help, help Beauty Yi Jing." Chapter 759. How could Beauty Yi Jing hear me if I didn't shout? Why didn't I shout for you to save me? Senior White spoke angrily as he turned around and glared at Tun Yin. "You're already here and you're still shouting. Even if you don't find it embarrassing, I do. What's there to be embarrassed about with this little meatball? What little meatball? You want to fight, don't you? Bring it on. Who's afraid of you?" Yi Jing was dumbfounded, and so were the 10 students who came with her. When they opened the array, they saw Senior White's strange horse and the little pet called Tun Yin quarreling. Yes, they didn't hear wrong, and they didn't see wrong. They were quarreling. Two beasts quarreling. They never knew that beasts that weren't divine beasts could actually speak. Moreover, they'd seen 2 of them at once. What exactly was going on? Don't tell them that this lecherous Senior White was a divine beast. They wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Not to mention that the little meatball was a divine beast. It was at most a small pet. But how could it speak? Senior White was glaring at Tun Yin with a grin on his face, and he was arguing with Tun Yin. Suddenly, Senior White noticed that Tun Yin had calmed down and even turned around to look ahead. Thus, Senior White turned around as well, and his eyes instantly lit up when he saw Yi Jing. "Beauty Yi Jing, you've finally come to save me." As soon as it spoke with pleasant surprise, it immediately pounced towards her. Yi Jing was so frightened that she hurriedly blocked its face with both hands as she asked, "Senior White, how can you speak?" It wasn't the first time she'd gone to the cave abode, but she hadn't heard Senior White speak. Senior White was stunned when he heard this. Only now did he recall his master's warning, and he couldn't help but grin. "I accidentally ate something wrong that day, so I spoke. Oh no, my master wouldn't really make me unable to speak forever, would he?" When it thought of this, its joy of being saved instantly vanished. It moved closer to Yi Jing and said, "Beauty Yi Jing, my master didn't allow me to speak and even tied a cloth rope around my mouth. He was afraid that I would scare you. Now that you've heard it, can you plead with my master later?" "All right. Is my master all right?" Yi Jing stared at Lao Bai, but didn't see anything different. She was surprised but still said, "Don't worry, she's fine. She's just injured and is now recuperating in the cave. She asked us to come out and look for you when she saw that you were missing." "Injured? Let's go back quickly." Lao Bai became nervous when he heard that. "You didn't hurt your face, right?" Hearing this, The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. They really didn't know if this white horse was worried that its owner would be injured, or was he worried about hurting his face. Yi Jing smiled. "You'll know when you get back." She turned to the students behind her and said, "Call out to them and tell them that we found them." "Okay." The students answered and informed Guan Shilin's team, and the group headed to the academy. However, after they returned to the academy, the news that the two beasts could speak quickly spread among the students. For a time, Lao Bai's cloud-swallowing beast practically became the academy's new favorite. All of them specially went to Fengjiu's Immortal's Cave on Elixir Peak to see exactly how different the two beasts were compared to everyone's curiosity. Nietung was well aware of what was going on. He didn't know what breed that strange horse was, but he knew about that little meatball. Back then, it had swallowed the nascent soul of one of his nascent soul cultivators. That was a divine beast. How could it be a pet? Chapter 760. Because he knew that he wasn't welcome. Even if he went, he wouldn't be able to see her. In the past few days, the one who had the most comfortable time was Lao Bai. Almost all of the female students who came to visit were taken advantage of by him. Especially that mouth of his. The words that came out of his mouth made those female students burst with joy. Even if they knew that he was rubbing against their arms, they did not make a fuss about it. After all, in their eyes, he was just a beast, a horse. Being taken advantage of by him wasn't a big deal. After a few days of recuperation, coupled with his own medicine, Fengjiu's injuries gradually healed. On this day, she was wearing the green clothes of the alchemy department as she walked out of the cave. She heard Lao Bai praising a few female students of the spiritual academy. She smiled when she saw this scene, but she didn't walk over. Instead, she leaned against the cave's door and watched. "Senior Sister Chun, I see that you're even prettier than yesterday. Senior Sister Wang, your complexion today is even better than yesterday. Your skin is so tender that water can be rubbed out. Senior Sister Li, your body smells so good. This is the natural fragrance of a girl. It smells so good." Hearing Lao Bai's words, the female students covered their mouths and laughed. "Lao Bai, why are you so perverted? Even those playboys can't compare to your mouth." "That's right. If you want to coax, you can even coax the birds on the tree. Did you learn from your master? Look at our academy's #1 beauty, Yi Jing. She's very close to your master. Many people in the academy are chasing after Yi Jing, but she doesn't like them. Instead, she likes your master." "No way. I was born with this talent." Lao Bai grinned. "Moreover, my master is extraordinarily handsome. He's so handsome that flowers bloom and horses ride when they see him. Beauty Yi Jing has good taste." Hearing this, the female students covered their mouths and laughed. Tun Yun, who was lying on the side, glanced at Lao Bai with disdain and turned its head to the side. Because it didn't like people touching it, those who wanted to touch it were scared away by it. On the other hand, Lao Bai, that perverted horse, kept moving closer to the female students. How embarrassing. When it turned its head, it saw its master standing at the side of the cave with a smile on her face. It immediately got up and ran towards her. When Lao Bai and the other female students saw this, they all turned around and saw Fengjiu standing there. The female students all stood up in embarrassment. "Fengjiu, are you feeling better today? You should feel better now that you can get out of bed and walk around, right?" Nodding his head, Fengjiu smiled. "With beauties coming to visit me every day, it's hard for me not to be happy." As he spoke, he walked out with a smile and sat down by the stone table. He raised his eyebrows and smiled at the few of them. "Shall we have a chat too?" Being stared at by those smiling eyes, they couldn't help but feel embarrassed and hurriedly said, No, we've been out for a long time, so we have to go back first. Next time, I'll visit you again next time." "All right then. Lao Bai, send these beautiful seniors off." She gestured to Lao Bai, who was beside her. "Leave it to me." Lao Bai grinned and moved closer to one of them. "Senior Chun, do you want me to help you walk?" No, we can walk on our own." The few of them blushed and hurriedly waved their hands and walked away. Chapter 761. Seeing that they had left, Fengjiu stood up and said to the two beasts, "I'm going to check on the injured mentors. You two stay here and don't run around." As she spoke, she took out 3 pills and gave 2 to the 2 beasts. The remaining one was given to Blackie, who was squatting by the cave. Master, you haven't recovered from your injuries, and you're going out already? Aren't you going to recover before going? Lao Bai swallowed the pill and asked her, in order to save me, those mentors fought against nascent soul cultivators and were injured. It's one thing to be bedridden, but they're much better now. How can I not go and take a look? She threw out the rainbow glazed feather and sat on it. Instead of going to the teaching area, she went to the main peak where the dean and the vice dean were. Dressed in green, a figure sat on the 7-colored glazed feather. His legs hung naturally in the air as he floated towards the main peak. In the academy, some of the students who noticed the figure in the sky had complicated expressions, and some were puzzled. The scene a few days ago had caused quite a shock among the students. After all, they had never seen a situation where the entire academy's combat power was gathered to save a student. Because of their doubts, they tried to ask around. However, they only knew that Fengjiu was from a 9th-rank country. Even if their families wanted to investigate, they couldn't find any information about him in a short time. However, because of that scene, they faintly knew that Fengjiu's origin was not simple. Somewhere in the academy, Niet Tung watched from afar as the figure flew towards the main peak on the rainbow glazed feather. His gaze followed her until she disappeared from his sight. It seemed that she had recovered from her injuries. When she arrived at the main peak, she saw that other than the dean and the vice dean, young Master Emo-chan was also there. She smiled and said, Dean, Vice Dean, young Master Emo-chan, I'm here today to thank you. I would also like to ask the Vice Dean to accompany me to visit the injured mentors. Fengjiu, your injuries have recovered? Why didn't you rest for a few more days before getting out of bed? The Vice Dean saw her and hurriedly gestured for her to sit down. Yes, I've almost recovered from my injuries. She didn't stand on ceremony and sat down at their stone table. Seeing that Emo-chan had been staring at her since she entered, she couldn't help but smile. Young Master Emo-chan, don't be too interested in me. I'm already taken. Emo-chan looked at her deeply, then looked away. He picked up his teacup and took a sip without saying anything. Seeing this, the dean and the vice dean couldn't help but exchange a glance. The dean smiled and said, Fengjiu, the instructors have been nursed back to health by the Yao Peak and the Alchemy Department's instructors. Their bodies have more or less recovered. Only a few of them are seriously injured and can't get out of bed. If you want to see them, let the vice dean go with you. All right. She stood up and looked at the vice president. Then I'll have to trouble you. Aha, it's no trouble at all, said the vice chancellor with a smile. He rose to his feet and followed her outside. After they left, the director looked at Emo-chan. Are you sure it's her? Do you want to bring her back to see your Shizuin? However, with Fengjiu's personality, it'll be a bit difficult to bring her back to see your Shizuin. Emo-chan shook his head. No need. I'll personally go and report to Shizuin. She doesn't need to go. Does she still need to come back? Chapter 762. Under the guidance of the vice president, Fengjiu visited the injured teachers and thanked them one by one, thanking them for risking their lives to save him. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Director Liu walking over with Director Liu's help. Fengjiu, Director Liu called out, feeling a little embarrassed. Director Liu, are you feeling better? She asked with a smile. Seeing that his complexion was good, she knew that he had recovered well. Much better. I heard that you were here, so I specially asked old Liu to help me over to thank you. That day, I scolded you so loudly, but you didn't care about the past and saved me. He was a little emotional, but also a little ashamed. Your temper is bad because of your poor health. That's understandable. No matter what, I still have to thank you. I heard that something happened to you, but I couldn't go and see you. I'm really sorry. It's just a small injury. I'm almost healed. She smiled and told him to take care of himself. After chatting for a while, she left with the vice president. When they were outside, she said goodbye to the vice president and left on her own. As for the academy's teachers and the others, she temporarily put this matter to heart. She would definitely have a chance to repay this favor in the future. As for the black market, she thought about it. There were only 3 people, so she could directly give them 3 bottles of medicine. It wasn't good to give out dozens of bottles of medicine at once, and it would definitely cause a stir. But for the black market, she could still give out 3 bottles. When she returned to the cave, she searched her space and found 3 bottles of medicine. In the evening, Guanxilin came to see her and even brought her a basket of fruits. Xiao Jio, look what I brought you. He smiled and sat down at the stone table with the basket. He threw one to each of the 3 beasties and shouted towards the cave. Feng Jio walked out and smiled when he saw him. Brother, I wanted to ask Old Bai to look for you. So you came over. Oh, why are you looking for me? He looked at him in surprise and handed over a fruit. I washed it. Eat it. Feng Jio took it and asked, where did you get it? The academy doesn't have this. I used my connections to get it back. He smiled and sat down at the table. It's like this. The black market president and the others helped me that day. I want to give him some gifts as thanks. I want you to help me make a trip. Sure, no problem. But you have to give me the dean's warrant or you won't be able to leave the academy. He asked, what do you want to give them? Feng Jio smiled. Of course, we have to give them what they need the most. She gave and the others to give them to them at the same time and gave him the warrant to give them the next morning. Guanxilin wrote it down and put it away. He sat with her for a while before leaving. The next morning, he took the order and left the academy, heading towards the black market in the east of the city. And in the black market, these few days, people were secretly discussing. Because ever since that day, when the guild master, the elder, and that golden core cultivator came back injured, the ghost doctor did not send anyone to send a word of thanks. This made them feel lucky that they did not go with them at that time, but at the same time, they were gloating. Luckily, we didn't go that day. Look, the president and Elder Gong are still pale after a few days of recuperation. I saw Elder Gong coughing and clutching his chest this morning. Chapter 763. That's right. The president and Elder Gong are fine, but little Lu is miserable. He's still lying in bed. I heard that his internal injuries are quite serious. It hurts when he moves, and he can't get out of bed even after 3 days of recuperation. He's so stupid. He went as soon as the president called. Didn't he see that everyone else didn't go? It's normal for Elder Gong to go. After all, he's the president's uncle. If the president went, how could he not go? Why would little Lu, a beginner golden core cultivator, join in the fun? Isn't he asking for trouble? As they were talking, another nascent soul stage elder of the black market heard them and walked over. What are you all talking about? Don't you have anything to do? Seeing the nascent soul stage elder, everyone couldn't help but lower their heads. Just as they were about to leave, they saw the black market's steward rush in and go to the president's courtyard. Isn't that steward in front of the black market? Why is he inside? Look at how hurried he is. What's the matter? I'll go ask around. A cultivator said and left first. Not long after, the steward who went in earlier quickly walked out and went to the front again. This time, he led Guanxilin to the hall. The president and Elder Gong also arrived at the hall at this time. The cultivator who went to ask around quickly came back and said to everyone, it seems that the ghost doctor sent him. He said he came to thank us. He's in the hall now. The president and Elder Gong are both there. It's said that this man is the ghost doctor's sworn brother. Hearing this, everyone had different expressions, especially the nascent soul stage elder. He couldn't stand it anymore. He couldn't help but walk to the hall. Everyone behind him saw this and followed. In the hall, the president asked someone to serve tea and snacks. He smiled at Guanxilin and said, how's the ghost doctor's injury now? Is it better? Her injury is recovering very well. She could walk around 2 days ago. Because she remembered the help the 3 of you gave her that day, she felt a little better today. So she asked me to come over. By the way, where's that person? Guanxilin looked at the 2 and asked the golden core stage cultivator, is he seriously injured? Just as the president was about to speak, he saw the other people outside come in under the lead of the nascent soul stage elder. Seeing this, he smiled and said to everyone, this is Guanxilin, young Master Guan. Then, he turned to Guanxilin and said, this is another nascent soul stage elder of our black market. His surname is Li. Hearing this, Guanxilin stood up and saluted the nascent soul elder. Nice to meet you. Young Master Guan, sit down, please. The nascent soul stage elder gestured and sat down at the side. He secretly sized up Guan Shilin, guessing what kind of gift he would bring to express his gratitude on behalf of the ghost doctor. The president looked deeply at the nascent soul stage elder surnamed Li, then said to Guan Shilin, "The one surnamed Liu, we all call him Little Liu. Because he's only a golden core stage cultivator, his injury is more serious. Although he's used medicine, he still can't get out of bed." "I see." He nodded and said, "It's okay. My sister guessed that the three of them might have suffered serious internal injuries, so she asked me to bring medicine for internal injuries." Haha, the ghost doctor is so thoughtful. I think the president, Elder Gong, and Little Liu will be very grateful. Elderly chuckled as he spoke, but his expression revealed a hint of mockery and schadenfreude. Chapter 764. Hearing this, Guan Shilin glanced at Elder Li and understood what was going on. The president and Elder Gong glanced at Elder Li and smiled at Guan Shilin. "Thank you for your concern, Ghost Doctor. We didn't expect you to think of us when you haven't recovered yet. We're really touched." Although the two's words sounded like empty words, they were truly what they thought. They went to save the ghost doctor because she was a level 1 black token holder and was in the vicinity of their black market. Since they knew she was in danger, of course they couldn't help but save her. Secondly, it was because they also hoped to build a good relationship with the ghost doctor. After all, for such a person, if it was normal times, she naturally wouldn't pay too much attention to them. But if they could help her when she was in danger, no matter what, she would have a good impression of them. Especially after seeing her kill a nascent soul stage cultivator on her own, they were even more certain that their actions that day were right. Because of this, they didn't dare to expect the ghost doctor to give them a gift of thanks. Because they didn't expect anything, they naturally weren't disappointed. Now that they heard Guan Shilin say that the ghost doctor was concerned about their injuries and even brought them medicinal pills to treat internal injuries, they were naturally extremely grateful. The ghost doctor's medicine, even if it was just a small medicine, was priceless, not to mention a medicine for internal injuries. Even though their black market had plenty of medicine for internal injuries, it couldn't compare to the ghost doctor's medicine. "President, I wonder if you could take me to see Senior Liu?" Guan Shilin took a sip of tea and asked with a smile. Of course, he's in the backyard. The president and Elder Gong stood up together and gestured to Guan Shilin. "Please." Guan Shilin stood up and nodded slightly to the others before following the two of them. Seeing them leave, Elder Li didn't follow, and the others didn't follow either. They all despised him in their hearts, but didn't say anything and left. When they arrived at a courtyard at the back, Guan Shilin saw a pale-faced man lying on the bed. It was the golden core cultivator who had gone to the spirit palace that day. Guan Shilin immediately helped him up and took out some medicine from his space. "Take my sister's special medicine for internal injuries. It will only take half a day to recover by 50%. By tomorrow, you will be fully recovered." The cultivator recognized Guan Shilin. Seeing the president and the elders nod, he took the medicine and said to Guan Shilin, "Thank you. I should be the one thanking you. Thank you for saving my sister despite knowing that there were 8 golden core cultivators and 4 nascent soul cultivators." He stood up and bowed to the president, Elder Gong, and the 3 people sitting by the bed. "Thank you for your help. Actually, we didn't help much." Elder Gong chuckled. Hearing this, Guan Shilin didn't say anything else. He just handed the medicine to the 2 of them and said, "Please accept this in case you need it in the future. This medicine can save your life at a critical moment. All right, please thank the ghost doctor on our behalf." The 2 of them smiled and said. However, as soon as they finished speaking, they saw a strange smile on his face and couldn't help but be startled. "The medicine for internal injuries isn't a gift from my sister to the 3 of you. The gift is here," Guan Shilin said with a smile and took out 3 bottles of medicine. Chapter 765. This bottle is for the president. He's at the peak of the golden core realm. If he takes this bottle, he can break through the threshold of the peak of the golden core realm and become a nascent soul realm cultivator. As soon as Guan Shilin finished speaking, he saw the president's eyes widen in shock. He was so excited that his body trembled. This is the one that can help you advance. Yes, you're all core figures of the black market. Naturally, you know about the black market. Those who have a good relationship with my sister have all received this advancement medicine from her. As he spoke, he put a bottle of medicine in the president's hand. I know, of course I know. That's a priceless treasure. That's a treasure that everyone would fight over. I didn't expect that I actually have one too. I have hope of entering the nascent soul realm. I have hope of entering the nascent soul realm. That the president was so excited that he couldn't control himself. God knows how long he had been stuck at the peak of the golden core realm. For so many years, he hadn't been able to break through. He thought that his cultivation in this life would reach its end. Unexpectedly, this bottle is for Senior Lou. He handed the other bottle to the middle-aged man sitting on the bed and said, Senior is a cultivator at the early stage of the golden core realm. After you fully recover, take this medicine and you should be able to reach the peak of the golden core realm. I have one too. The middle-aged cultivator sitting on the bed looked at Guan Shilin excitedly. You're really giving such a precious thing to me? Guan Shilin smiled and said, of course. Since Senior was able to save my sister under such circumstances, I will naturally give you a share of the reward. He took the bottle of medicine in his hand. He was so excited that his hands trembled slightly. He felt that it was a bit unreal. He was in a daze and couldn't recover for a long time. Elder Gong, this is for you. He smiled and handed over the last bottle. My sister said that this medicine can't help you break through the nascent soul realm, but it can make you a master at the peak of the nascent soul realm. Good. He took the bottle with both hands and said, Master at the peak of the nascent soul realm. If I were to cultivate, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to reach that level without a few decades. Now that I have this medicine, I can become a master at the peak of the nascent soul realm overnight. I've. At the end, his voice choked up. Who would have thought that they would receive such a great reward for their rescue? My younger sister is studying alchemy in the academy. In the future, there will be many things that she will need your help with. Please take care of her. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, No. It's our honor to be able to work for the ghost doctor. If that's the case, I'll take my leave first. As he spoke, he turned to look at the middle-aged cultivator sitting on the bed, who had yet to recover from his shock. He said to the guild master and Elder Gong, I hope no one in the black market covets Senior Lou's medicine. Hearing this, the cultivator who had been sitting on the bed in a daze finally came to his senses. He looked at Guan Shilin in astonishment, then looked at the president and Elder Gong. The president and Elder Gong knew that he was worried that Xiao Lu's potion would be taken away by another Yuanying stage elder. So they said solemnly, Don't worry, Child Guan. With the two of us here, no one in the black market would dare to do such a thing. What is it? Chapter 766. Oh, it's elderly. The president smiled and said, Why are you here? At this time, Elder Li's gaze landed on the medicine bottle in the hands of the middle-aged cultivator who was sitting on the bed. I wanted to come over and see how little Lu's injuries were recovering, but I heard you guys talking about something. Perhaps sensing his gaze, the cultivator's heart skipped a beat as he recalled Guan Shilin's words from before. He couldn't help but feel a little nervous as he tightened his grip on the bottle. Oh, it's young Master Guan who gave little Lu some medicine for his internal injuries and told him to keep it carefully. The president smiled and gestured, Little Lu, why aren't you keeping the medicine? Yes, the middle-aged cultivator replied. He lowered his eyes and carefully put the medicine into his space. Hearing this, Elderly secretly curled his lips. It's just a bottle of medicine for internal injuries. What's so special about it? He immediately said, I just came over to take a look. Seeing that little Lu's complexion is recovering well, I'm relieved that he'll be able to get out of bed and walk around in a few days. He nodded and said to Guan Shilin, Young Master Guan, if you have time in the future, please come to the black market often so that we can play host to you. Guan Shilin smiled meaningfully and said, Of course. With that, he cupped his hands and bid farewell. I'll see you out, young Master Guan, the president said and nodded to his uncle before personally seeing Guan Shilin out. When Guan Shilin returned to the academy, he first went to Feng Jiu's place to inform her that the matter had been settled. He handed the warrant back to her and then returned to his own courtyard. With Fengjiu's body recovering, her spiritual power had reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage. She wasn't in a hurry to improve her spiritual power, so she threw herself into refining pills wholeheartedly. Ever since she started refining pills, outsiders were forbidden to enter her pill mountain. Occasionally, only Guan Shilin and Yi Jing would come and take a look, but seeing that she was refining pills in her cave, they didn't have any plans and went back to cultivate. As the days passed, some of the pills she refined were successful. Some turned into poison pills, and some turned into unknown strange pills. However, the only thing she was sure of was that her cultivation and alchemy had also improved after each failure. Towards the end, there were almost no poison pills left. There were only 1 or 2 strange pills that would occasionally appear. It was also because Fengjiu had always been refining pills in her cave and rarely walked around the academy. Gradually, the incidents she had caused when she first entered the academy were forgotten by everyone. It was as if she didn't exist, and no one deliberately mentioned her again. Except for Niet Tong, Xiao Yihan, Guan Shilin, and Yi Jing, it was as if everyone had forgotten about her. She faded out of the sight of the students, and even her beasts were the same. They obediently guarded outside the cave and didn't wander outside. Until one day, when she was refining pills, she walked out with dirty clothes and muttered, "No more, I've used them all. If I don't have any more spiritual herbs, I'll have to exchange them with contribution points. However, I don't have many contribution points left. Sigh, are you forcing me to go out and earn more?" Chapter 767. Isn't this Fengjiu? I haven't seen you around recently. At the mission office, a student greeted Fengjiu when he saw her. "I've been busy recently, so I haven't been out." Fengjiu replied with a smile and went to the mission board to take a look. From top to bottom, she didn't see any missions that gave her contribution points. "Fengjiu, are you here to earn contribution points again? The missions haven't been easy to complete recently, and the contribution points haven't been easy to earn." The student looked at the feather on Fengjiu's waist, and his eyes flashed. "Yes, it's not easy. The contribution points are too little." She nodded and looked around for a while, but didn't see anything suitable. Finally, she sighed and walked away. Compared to those contribution points, she felt that it was more convenient to go out and buy things directly. Moreover, it was just spiritual herbs, not treasures that had to be exchanged for with contribution points. After making up her mind, she didn't return to her cave residence. Instead, she took out her space token and left the academy, heading towards the city. She had just left the academy when someone reported to the dean and vice dean that she had gone out. The two who heard the news didn't say anything and just motioned for the person to leave. Last time, she was targeted by those people when she went out. This time, she went out again. Could something have happened? The vice dean asked worriedly. "It shouldn't be. Those people died last time, and the news probably didn't get back. It's been very peaceful for the past 2 months. Nothing seems to have happened." The dean said slowly. He paused and asked, "But what is she doing out there? Hasn't she been refining pills recently?" "It's probably because the supply of spiritual herbs has been cut off. Previously, a teacher said that he saw her at the mission office, but she didn't seem to have accepted a mission and left." Hearing this, the dean didn't say anything else. The academy's rules were that students needed to earn their own contribution points. Even if he was the dean, he couldn't break this rule. Moreover, if he made an exception for her, it wouldn't stop everyone from talking. After about 2 hours, Fengjiu arrived at the city. She first had a meal in the city before heading to the black market. She planned to go to the black market and see how many spiritual herbs they could get for her before making a decision. She had been to the black market with Xiao Yihan before, so she didn't need to ask for directions. She directly went to the black market's entrance and found the manager. "I want to see the president. Can I trouble you to pass on a message?" That manager was busy with the matters at hand and didn't even raise his head as he replied, "How can anyone meet our president? If you have something to say, just tell me." Hearing this, Feng Nai knocked on the table. "I'm afraid you can't make the decision." "What do you mean I can't make a decision?" "You." The steward raised his head and was about to shout, but when he saw the young man's handsome face, his legs trembled. He immediately smiled and said, "So it's young Master Feng. Young Master Feng is looking for the president, right?" Inside, the president inside. He. The guild leader and Elder Gong had specially instructed them not to offend this Gongzi, and that he was even more important than an esteemed guest. Recalling his previous tone, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. As they walked, they raised their sleeves to wipe off their cold sweat. "Why did you bring him inside?" Elder Li, who was walking towards them, glanced at Feng Jiu with a sullen face and spoke to the steward. "Greetings, Elder Li." The manager bowed and said, "This is young Master Feng. He's here to see the president." Chapter 768. So it's young Master Feng. Young Master Feng, I'm an elder of the guild. My surname is Li. His eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled, his expression flattering and fawning. "I was the one who hosted your brother the last time he came." Hearing this, Feng Jiu smiled slightly and nodded. "So it's Elder Li. Nice to meet you." At this time, Elder Li waved his hand to the manager. "You can go to the front. I'll bring young Master Feng in to see the guild leader." "Yes." The steward made a sound of acknowledgement before walking out. In his heart, he was wondering why Elder Li's attitude had changed so much. "Young Master Feng, please come in." Elder Li made an inviting gesture and led the way. Seeing this, Feng Jiu followed in. "Young Master Feng, please take a seat. I'll have someone invite the guild leader." As he spoke, he ordered a guard to bring the guild leader over. Then he went in to receive her. Only the heavens knew how much he regretted it now. Since the day Guan Shilin sent the gift of thanks, in a short month, the guild leader broke through from the peak of the Golden Core stage to the nascent Soul stage. His clan uncle also broke through to the peak of the nascent Soul stage. Xiaolu also broke through from the early stage of the Golden Core stage to the peak of the nascent Soul stage. If he couldn't guess the reason for these successive breakthroughs, he wouldn't have been able to get the position of an elder of the black market. Every time he thought about how the guild leader broke through and became a nascent Soul stage cultivator, his strength was comparable to his own. His clan uncle, Elder Gong, was originally one level lower than him, but now he was 2 levels higher than him and became a nascent Soul stage cultivator. At this level, they could already apply to be transferred to a higher level black market guild, but they still stayed here. Wasn't it because the ghost doctor was still here? Although he heard that the ghost doctor's medicine was a treasure that everyone fought over, he didn't see it for himself. He didn't think much of it first, but after seeing the guild leader and the other 2 break through, he was both envious and regretful. If he knew that he could get such benefits, he would have gone that day. He just didn't know if there would be such a good opportunity in the future. Young Master Feng, I wonder what brings you here today? If there's anything you need me for, just say the word. I won't hesitate to go through fire and water for you." Elder Li said expectantly. Feng Jiu smiled, but did not say anything. On the other side, upon hearing the guard's report, the president and Elder Gong, who knew that the ghost doctor had arrived, were overjoyed. They immediately headed to the front hall, but before they entered, they heard Elder Li's words. The uncle and nephew looked at each other and walked in. "I didn't know young Master Feng was coming. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you." He walked to the main seat and sat down. Then, he looked at Feng Jiu and said gratefully, "I've always wanted to find an opportunity to thank young Master Feng. It's just that it's difficult to meet young Master Feng. Today, I finally have the chance." Feng Jiu took a sip of tea and smiled. "There's no need to thank me. In fact, I came here today to buy some elixirs. I wonder if President can help me find them today? I wonder what kind of medicinal herbs young Master Feng wants." Chapter 769. Feng Jiu nodded and asked about their injuries. "Thanks to young Master Feng, our strength has increased and we've recovered from our injuries. Little Lu is out on a mission. If he knows you're here, he'll be so excited," the president said with a smile. Elder Gong, who was on the side, also chatted with Feng Jiu with a smile. Only Elder Li, who was on the side, couldn't interrupt even if he wanted to. He sat there awkwardly. "All right, then I'll come back in the evening." She got up and said goodbye, planning to walk around the city. "All right, we'll send young Master Feng off," the president and Elder Gong said as they walked her out. She walked around the city and bought a lot of things. Just as she was about to go to the black market, she saw a treasure house not far away and walked towards it. "Young master, what do you need?" the shopkeeper asked with a smile. His gaze swept past Fengjiu's green robe and landed on the feather at his waist. Noticing the shopkeeper's gaze, Fengjiu didn't mind. After walking around, his gaze landed on something on the counter. He knocked on the counter and said, "Bring this up." The shopkeeper looked at the item on the counter and said, "All right, please wait a moment." As he spoke, he took out the item on the counter and placed it on a piece of cloth. He said, "This is a Lingxi horn. There's one left. Young master, take a look." Fengjiu took a look and nodded. "I'll take it." Hearing this, the shopkeeper smiled and narrowed his eyes. "We have all kinds of things in our building, especially on the second floor. They're all treasures. If young master is interested, you could take a look." Hearing this, she nodded and walked up to the second floor. When she reached the second floor, she saw an open white robe. When she saw the white robe, she inexplicably thought of Mo Chen's heavenly silk robe that she washed and ruined. After thinking for a while, she pointed at the white robe and said, "I'll take that too. Young master really has good taste. This is a heavenly silk robe. It's warm in the winter and cool in the summer. It's as light as a feather. There's only one of it in our building." The shopkeeper said as he asked someone to take the robe down and fold it properly downstairs. After walking around, he didn't see anything else that caught his eye, so he asked the shopkeeper to pay the bill. After paying the bill, the shopkeeper even gave Fengjiu some trinkets as a bonus, hoping that he would come again next time. However, when he came downstairs, he saw two men and a woman surrounding the waiter and talking. When the waiter saw the shopkeeper come down, he hurriedly went forward and said, "Shopkeeper, this lady said that she took a fancy to the heavenly silkworm robe and refused to let me pack it up." Hearing that, the shopkeeper looked at the three people. He didn't recognize the two behind them, but he recognized the woman. He smiled and said, "So it's the young miss of the He family." "Shopkeeper, I took a fancy to the heavenly silkworm robe before, but I didn't have enough money on me, so I went back to get it. How could you just turn around and sell it to someone else?" The woman stared at the shopkeeper with slight anger. He, young miss He, please calm down. You didn't tell me to keep it, and you didn't pay a deposit. Naturally, I didn't know that young Missy wanted it. Coincidentally, this young master also took a fancy to it. Then did he pay the bill? He did, the shopkeeper said with a smile. He walked up and personally wrapped up the robe, then handed it to Fengjiu along with the rhinoceros horn. Fengjiu smiled. When he was about to put it away, the woman stopped him.